Good morning, Jitendra sir. And good morning, Naresh Mehta sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Pleasure to be part of Akanksha again.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We are honored
to have you.
HOD ma'am ko namaskar.
Namaskar. Good morning. Good morning, Naresh Mehta sir.
So how is HOD ma'am?
Sir, don't tell like that. Sir, that's all, because I knew sir wanted to take few days rest. That's why I've taken it. It's all good, doing good, sir. Good morning, Rao sir.
Rao sir, good morning to you.
Sir, you are muted, sir.
Madam, good morning. Shari madam and
Good
Siri
morning,
madam.
sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Welcome
Morning.
to Akansha.
Everything got set ready?
Only few dignitaries to join, sir.
Okay.
And our keynote speaker, Pradeep sir, has joined. Then a few resource persons have joined. We'll wait
He's
for
from
another.
Lucknow.
Yes, sir. Sir is from Lucknow.
Sir, ITC travel, we took it through the Stornos. Kira sir is there.
He is from Lucknow?
Yes, sir, he's from Lucknow.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Pradeep sir, are you able to hear us? Good morning, sir.
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir. Welcome to Akansha 2022.
It's my honor to be here.
We have taken trip through Tornos through ITC, sir.
Yes, I did.
Myself and Rao sir were also there for few of your trips.
Three I did earlier.
Yes.
Hi, Pratik sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Professor Venkat Rao, Tourism Department.
How are you?
Pondicherry University. Yeah, fine. How are you, sir?
Pondicherry has been on my bucket list.
Please do come, sir. Next time when we have a physical, your presence will be really appreciated. Please do join us.
Because I'm also on the board of the Alliance Français. So,
Francais, okay.
yeah, so it is very prominent in Pondicherry. I mean, kind of Pondicherry. It comes from Pondicherry in a way.
True, sir.
Sir, are you attending from Dubai or are you back to Lucknow?
No, I'm back in Lucknow now. Next week again off. So because of going to Dubai was the first foreign trip after 2 years.
Okay.
So I was not having the courage to take international flights, which has now come back. So now, पैरों में अब शनि लग गया है दोबारा से. So now moving here and there.
So that's good. That's why we could get you here. So actually, initially it was doubtful that you would join with us, and thank you so much for joining, sir. I know your tight schedule, still you could make it.
No, thank you. I was actually about to go to Europe, but I cancelled that because it was becoming too long for the first trip after 2 years. So wasn't so confident actually.
Sir, we'll start it in another 5 minutes.
Yes.
Two more
Subhash Goyal was joining. Subhash Goyal.
Subhash Goyal sir will join, and Professor Gopakumar sir will join from. He was a former Vice Chancellor of Central University of Kerala, and the Vice Chancellor actually he could not make it last minute. Our Director Studies will join us, right. And our Dean Professor Chandrasekhar Rao sir also will be there. And I hope all the resource persons for the next sessions will also join us.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Rao, this Pondicherry has a separate office, or it comes under Tamil Nadu? Tourism office?
It is the Pondicherry. Yeah, it's like a Chandigarh and Delhi.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, on
Yes,
UT,
sir.
Union Territory.
Right, right. So it has a separate office for tourism as well. Tourism department.
Yeah, we have a separate department is there, and then PTDC, Tourism Development Corporation.
Sir, Director Tourism will also join. She said she'll be joining sometimes in between. She's also there as our
Managing Director of PTDC. Yeah. So now Tourism Director presently is joining, sir, with us.
Okay.
Yeah. Joseph, sir, our audio is reaching you? Monsi Joseph?
Hello.
Yeah. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Joseph from
Yeah, this is
Jabalpur.
Venkat Rao. Yeah, this is Venkat Rao, Professor
this
in
is
Tourism, Pondicherry University.
This is Monsi Joseph, retired regional manager, MP Tourism.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, so nice, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Yes, sir. Okay, good morning to you.
Yeah.
Same here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Monsi sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir, our Manmohan was working under him for MP tourism.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still there. He's still working in MP Tourism at Bhopal, head office.
Yeah.
He's from
Yeah. So Manmohan is our product.
Yeah. Sherry madam was telling me.
Yeah. And he's very nice guy, dedicated guy.
Yeah. We all are nice guys.
Yeah.
Nobody's mad, you know.
Yes. Unless until you open other doors, all are good.
I retired in 2020. I was
Okay.
regional manager MP Tourism Khajuraho and Jabalpur.
Okay.
I started in 1989. I had association with 32 years. I left 2 years ago. When the epidemic started, I retired.
Good morning, Chandrasekhar Rao, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Thank
And
you.
I just called the director.
Good morning,
He said he's
Professor.
calling now.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Chandrasekhar Rao, sir, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sir, you adjust your camera, sir. Chandrasekhar Rao, sir, you adjust your camera, please. Yes, sir. Yes, it's fine now.
I'll just try.
Sherry ma'am, Director in charge, Directorate of Studies has joined now.
Good morning.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining.
Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining our management meet.
Please
Good morning,
go ahead.
Doctor, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good
How
morning,
are you,
sir.
sir? After a long
Yeah,
time.
fine.
So, Ms. Subhash Goyal, sir, will be joining now, or shall we start?
Yeah,
No,
please
I'll
go ahead.
just call him in 2 minutes, sir. I'll just
Yes,
call
yes.
him and then we'll start.
Hi, Devika.
Hi, Mr. Ira. How are you?
All well. What about you?
Good, all well.
Good morning, Devika ma'am. Welcome to Pondicherry University, our online session.
Thank you. How long will we start?
We will start. We are waiting for our chief guest to log in, and then we start off.
Perfect.
We are waiting for Mr. Subhash Goel.
Thank you.
Hi,
Good morning to everybody else also. Lovely to meet you all.
Yeah. Good morning.
Meet our Professor Y. Venkatrao. He was a senior professor plus a former HOD too.
Lovely. Good.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Lovely
Nice to see you, ma'am. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we can start now.
Okay.
Sir will join shortly in another 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, fine. How about Gopakumar sir? Gopakumar sir also will join.
Gopakumar sir also will be joining.
Yeah,
He will
even
join around
Priyadashni ma'am will join in between. Okay.
Yes.
So I think we can start. Rohan, shall we start now?
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Yeah.
So, a very good morning to one and all present here. I am Rohan from the Department of Tourism Studies, Pondicherry University, and I will be hosting the inaugural session for Akansha 2022. We will begin the proceedings for this event by playing the university anthem.
புதுவை புதுவை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம் புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உனை வாழ்த்துவோம் வங்க கடலலை தாளாட்டும் ஞான சூரியன் உதிக்கும் இடம்
இது எங்கள் புதுநெறி காட்டும் உலகம் எந்நாளும் அறிவு தேடல் தொடரும் அறிவூற்றை பொழியும் ஆசிரியர் அதில் தினமும் நனையும் மாணவர்கள்
இதிலன்று புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகம் அறிவின் காகம் தனியும் சோலை அகிலம் போற்றும் கல்வி சாலை மனித வளமே என்று முயல புனித சேவை தொடருதே பல்கலைக்கழகம் என்றும் வளர்ந்திட நாமும் வழிபடுவோம் கல்வி சேவைகள் யாவும் காலமும் தொடர்ந்திட நாடும் வேண்டிடுவோம் புதுவை புதுவை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம்
புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உன்னை வாழ்த்துவோம்
Before we reflect upon the event we are here for today, the progress of our country. Pondicherry University, that was established in 1985, is spread out over 800 acres of land and is the epicenter for research and innovation in the country. With 14 schools and over 65 programs, university stands as an abode to about 5,500 students and 1,500 research scholars. In fact, in 2021, the National Institutional Ranking Framework ranked Pondicherry University as the 8th best central university in the country, taking into account teaching, research, and graduate outcomes alongside outreach and inclusivity. The School of Management at Pondicherry University hosts 6 departments concentrating in areas of international business, banking technology, economics, commerce, and tourism studies. The Department of Tourism Studies, in particular, had the privilege of introducing the first university postgraduate program for tourism in India. With an emphasis on research in tourism and hospitality, the department acts as a center of knowledge for issues pertaining to tourism and its management. Incepted in 1992, Akansha, which is an annual flagship event of the department, intends to bridge the gap between academia and industry by conducting various competitions and inviting renowned speakers to reflect upon trending issues and topics. Traditionally, what was conducted as a 2-day-long offline event is now being held online for the past couple of years, given the COVID-19 pandemic. We would now like to play a video delineating the journey of DTS so far. Now, it is my immense pleasure to invite Dr. Sibi PS, Associate Professor and Head in charge of the department, to give her welcome address. Dr. Sibi had joined Pondicherry University in 2008 prior to being on a deputation to the Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod, where she contributed towards the establishment of the Department of Tourism Studies in 2019. With a specialization in the areas of indigenous tourism and inclusive tourism, she has published a good number of research papers in some of the leading ABDC journals in tourism. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Rohan. Very good morning to all of you, Honorable Director, esteemed dignitaries, invited guests, resource persons, deans, heads, professors and faculty members from other universities and from the other departments of Pondicherry University, alumni members of DTS, my colleagues, research scholars, students, and all the other participants. It's a great pleasure to have you all here for Akansha 2022, this Institute Industry Interface Program of Department of Tourism Studies. DTS has crossed several milestones and is now one of the premier departments for tourism education in the country, and is now the only tourism department in the country funded by UGC with its Special Assistant Program, DRS Level 2. When I look back in the last 31 years of DTS, we could get the recognition from everybody for the quality education in tourism with the support of our administration, great visionary leaders who led the department in a different period of time, supportive team of faculty members, office, our students and scholars, alumni members, and also our recruiters. We could stand with great pride that our students are in the top managerial positions of all the leading tourism organizations, and also in all the universities and institutions offering in tourism courses, we have our faculty representation there. Moreover, many are successful entrepreneurs, and few are successful in converting their passion into their career. So this department is always connected to the industry, and that helps us in achieving good records of placement all these years. It is a great honor to announce that Akansha, the flagship program of DTS, has completed its 30 years of celebration in Pondicherry University. We are connected to tourism industry and academics through this event. Experts from, they represent ministry, public and private sector organizations, academics, NGOs. They come and share their experiences and views on this platform. Traditionally, Akansha is organized in 2 days in our campus with various activities, like academic discussions, cultural events, competitions, socially responsible activities, and many more. Slowly, now after 2 years of COVID restricted celebrations, we are coming back to the earlier practices. Hopefully next year, we will be back to you. We will be able to invite you all to the campus. Moving forward to welcoming the gathering, I wish to share with you the good wishes from our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, who could not join us today due to the unexpected change in his official schedule. I acknowledge the great vision of our VC, which was instrumental in getting a remarkable position in the national ranking of universities in the last few years. All these years, we have seen him doing things meticulously without any compromise in quality. And under his leadership, we are very proud to say that even during the pandemic restrictions and limitations, we were all in action. So I put on record the encouragement and guidance of our Honorable Vice Chancellor for every event of our department. I'm extremely delighted to welcome our Honorable Director, Professor K. Tharanikaresu, Director of Studies, Educational Innovations and Rural Reconstruction. Sir, thank you for accepting our invitation to preside this function. Sir is a renowned academician and a researcher in chemistry and a recipient of many recognitions, scholarship and awards. Professor has served in Pondicherry University in different capacities in teaching, research and administration. Sir was former head of the Department of Chemistry. He was controller of examination and registrar in different period of time. And now Sir is in the role of the director. I'm extremely delighted to welcome our director, Professor K. Tharanikaresu, to Akansha 2022. On behalf of the Department of Tourism Studies, I welcome you, sir. I feel extremely privileged to welcome our chief guest who has joined us now, Mr. Subhash Goyal, the chairman of STIC Travel Group, a pioneer in tourism business with close to 50 years of successful presence in India and abroad. Sir is the foremost spokesperson of the travel fraternity today. He has served the industry in various capacities, in which few I could list now here, like member of National Tourism Advisory Council of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. He was immediate past president of Indian Association of Tour Operators. He is the president of Confederation of Tourism Professionals, and there are many other roles for him. So, as an MBA graduate from Delhi University, he has been a successful entrepreneur with 40 offices, having more than 300 professionally trained employees in his different offices. Sir is recipient of many awards, and he has been an advisor to various national and international organizations. He is also a columnist with Hindustan Times on tourism and civil aviation. On behalf of Pondicherry University and the Department of Tourism Studies, I cordially welcome our chief guest to this meeting.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and privilege to be here, and I have been to your university. You have a beautiful campus, and this is not the first time I'm addressing students. And basically, you see, your university is got a name. We have also employed in some of our offices, mainly in Chennai and one or two other places, alumni of your university, and they have been very, very good people. Now, we are just, coming out of a crisis. You see, 2 years, there was absolutely no business, whether in inbound tourism, because all flights, everything was closed. And little bit of domestic tourism was there. That also, it was very difficult for the tourism industry to survive.
Sir, thank you for joining in time, sir. I know I will give you time, so let me complete this welcome
session. I thought it was my time to speak.
Yes,
no problem.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Thank you, sir. So I'm really pleased to able to welcome Professor G. Gopakumar, sir, the former Vice Chancellor. And sir said he'll be joining soon around 10:30. He'll be joining. So he is a renowned political scientist, a very successful administrator, who was, he was chairing the new Central University of Kerala in the initial period, and a wonderful orator and writer, and he is an expert in the area of international relations and politics. So sir has taken Central University of Kerala into a remarkable heights in a short time. So I'm welcoming sir also to this event. So I would like to extend a special welcome to Madam Priyadarshini. She will also shortly join us, Additional Secretary to Government, come Director of Tourism Puducherry. Many ways she is closely associated with our university and our department. Being the director, Madam is into policy formulation, destination development, and many other responsible role to make Pondicherry an ultimate tourism destination. So before joining as Director of Tourism Puducherry in 2021, she served the society in different capacities like Director of Industries and Commerce, Registrar of Cooperative Societies, Director of Department of Civil Supplies, Social Welfare, then Development of Women and Child Development in different capacities. So I welcome Madam to this Akansha 2021. It's a great honor to have Mr. Pradeep Hira, founder, president, and CEO of Tornos. And he is, this company actually is an experiential travel cum destination management company since 1994. So sir is into diversified niche tourism business areas, which is reflected in his different ventures. If you go through his profile, you could see a very long, strong profile. And his different ventures include Indian Frontiers, Gastro, River Rhapsody, Wales Beckons. Different theme-based products and services are offered by all these ventures. His contribution in the area of destination development has been rightly recognized by government by awarding him for promotion of Uttar Pradesh as a tourist destination and taking it to new heights in his 27 years of experience in tourism industry. So Tornos is again an award winner as the best tour operation company in the state of UP. So has been awarded as the most influential leader in travel industry in 2019. So his credentials are not limited to this. Sir is equally a good academician. He's a visiting professor to almost all the universities of the country, including University of Wales. So he's into, there is so many other credit to him, like for 40 articles and few books. He's member of many professional bodies and associations like PATA, IATO, INTAC, etc. There is no wonder to know that he has delivered more than 50 speeches across the globe. I'm truly honored to have you here, sir. I welcome you to Akansha 2022. Sir, esteemed Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, who is a Dean of School of Management, who is one of the senior-most professors in the campus, and who has joined the university from its inception. And sir, his decades of experience and wisdom he is sharing to all the departments in our school. Sir is the pillar of support of all the School of Management and is always there to guide us in every activity of us. I extend a cordial welcome to our respected Dean, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao. I'm extremely happy to welcome all the resource persons of the panel who has already joined us. I extend a hearty welcome to all the heads, faculty members, and faculty members of the departments of different departments of Pondicherry University who have joined us. Your presence means a lot to us. And I welcome all the faculty, scholars, and students of other universities too. So finally, I welcome the host of the program, Team DTS. Every achievement is a result of a teamwork. I welcome members of our faculty team in the department, Professor Y. Venkata Rao, Professor Sambat Kumar Swain, Dr. Anu Chandran, who is our head of the department and who is on leave now, and Dr. Sherry Abraham, who is the faculty coordinator of Akansha 2022. I welcome you all to this event. Two more names come to my mind when I always think about our team. Professor Anjanaya Swami, the former head and dean who superannuated in 2020. And he's now in US, that's why he could not join us today. And Professor Jidendra Mohan Misra, who was also with us for many years. Now he is a professor of IG and TU Amarkandak. And he's already joined here. I welcome you all. Welcome you, sir. And he'll be chairing one of our sessions in the afternoon. Finally, let me welcome all our students of MBA Travel and Tourism Management who is behind this show, and the scholars of tourism department, and all the alumni members of the DTS. I'm sure that this day would bring a lot of discussions and great learnings for all of us. Once again, I welcome everyone, those who have joined here, and wish you all a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your welcome address. We are definitely eagerly waiting to listen to all the delegates who are present here. Now, it is time for us to virtually light the ceremonial lamp and get on with the event.
दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
It is now my honor to invite It is now my honor to invite Dr. Sherry Abraham to talk about the scope of Akansha. Dr. Sherry Abraham has been serving as an assistant professor at the Department of Tourism Studies, Pondicherry University, since 2010. Her main areas of interest are in hospitality management, event and recreation management, business communication, and soft skills. Prior to her appointment at Pondicherry University, she also served as a lecturer at State Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Trichy. Ma'am, please.
Unmute Dr. Sherry. We are not getting your voice.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We are excited, and it's 30 years of Akansha, and we are gathered here for another memorable event, Akansha 22. Department of Tourism Studies has touched a milestone, and there are so many great personalities who have put in hard work and dedication to reach this far, and may this beautiful journey continue for many more years to come. A pleasant morning to this August gathering who have accepted our invitation to grace this flagship event of Department of Tourism Studies and encourage us with your meaningful presence. Respected dignitaries, Professor K. Tarnikarsu, Director in charge of the Directorate of Studies, Educational Innovation and Rural Reconstruction, our chief guest of this day, Mr. Subhash Goyal, our special guest, Professor G. Gopakumar, the keynote speaker, Mr. Pratik Hira, our guest of honor, Mrs. Priyadarshini, our Dean, Professor K. Chandrasekhar Rao, our HOD in charge, Dr. Sibi, my dearest colleagues, Professor Y. Venkat Rao and Professor Sampath Kumar Swain, Dr. Anuchandran, student coordinators Sandeep and Divya, faculty and students from other university and colleges. Your online presence has made this day very distinct to us. Around the world, in countries at all development levels, many millions of jobs and businesses are dependent on a strong and thriving tourism sector. Tourism has also been a driving force in protecting natural and cultural heritage, preserving them for future generations to enjoy. International tourism continued its recovery in January 22 with a much better performance compared to the weak start in 2021. But however, the Russian invasion of Ukraine adds pressure to existing economic uncertainties coupled with many COVID-related restrictions still in place. The overall confidence of a tourist could be affected and could also hamper the recovery of tourism. Based on the latest available data, the global international tourist arrivals more than doubled, that was nearly 130% in January 22 compared to 21. The 18 million more visitors were recorded worldwide in the first month of this year equals to the total increase for the whole 21. While these figures confirm the positive trend already underway this last year, the pace of recovery in January was impacted by the emergence of the Omicron variant and the reintroduction of travel restrictions in several destinations. Now, it's very vital to gain consumer confidence to restart the halted industry of tourism. Akansha 22, an industry institute interface since 1992, will splash light on the theme Reconnect, Reboot, Reset, and re-energizing the tourism sector. The deliberations today with learned and experienced delegates from all panels will prepare the young tourism aspirants to face the challenges in this industry and move forward with a higher momentum. We have divided this year's Akansha into 3 sessions, the inaugural session, the panel 1 and the panel 2. For the inaugural session, we have Professor Tarnikarsu, the director of Directorate of Studies, Education Innovation and Rural Reconstruction, presiding the function, and Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, Dean, School of Management, would deliver the inaugural address, followed by the felicitation address by our colleagues, Professor Y. Venkat Rao and Professor Swine, and Mr. Subhash Goyal, the former IOTO president, would deliver the chief guest address. Our special guest would be Professor G. Gopakumar, former Vice Chancellor from Central University of Kerala, and guest of honor is by Mrs. Priyadarshini, Director of Tourism from the Department of Tourism. And a much awaited keynote address would be by Mr. Pratik Hira, founder, president, and CEO Tornus from Lucknow. And for the panel one, we have a perfect blend of academicians and industry experts, and it would be chaired by Professor Paramita, who is the director for the School of Hospitality and Tourism from IGNOU, Delhi. And Mr. Arulmani, who is a corporate director from Learning and Development from Indian Hotel Company Limited, the Taj Hotels, Bengaluru. And Mr. Jayaprakash, who is the CEO of Trip Factory, Chennai. And Mr. Monsi Joseph, who is a retired regional manager for Madhya Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation, Madhya Pradesh. And Ms. Devika Jeet, the director of DDP Publications, Delhi. Mrs. Asha Gupta, the senior manager of Pondicherry Tourism Development Corporation. And Mr. Naresh Mehta, who is the director of Mehta Tours and Travels, Puducherry. And for alumni panel, we have the chairperson, Professor Jitendra Mohan Mishra, who is a professor from the Department of Tourism Management from Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, and Mr. Vinu Robert, who is an entrepreneur from Kochi, and Ms. Priyadarshini Paramashivam, who is a project associate from Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, Ms. Stefia Stephen, who is an engagement manager from Business Development and Market Entry at TIMA Consulting, Chennai, and Dr. Saravanan, our Deputy Registrar from Pondicherry University, Mr. Siddharth Sankar from the ICICI, who is a branch manager for the ICICI Prudential, Delhi, and Mr. Ranjit Nair, who is Assistant President, Broadcast Audience Research from Council, Chennai. Totally, we have around 22 eminent delegates back from industry and academics to enlighten the student community. Prior to this main function, we had conducted few competitions like the Standards Quiz, the Tourism Quiz, Painting and Photography competitions in collaboration with the Standards Club initiated by the Bureau of Indian Standards. While facing uncertainties, we believe this Akansha 22, a student-centric event, would open up new opportunities and generate hope and help the students to achieve their dreams and create careers in tourism-related ventures. Thank you once again for joining us. We are truly grateful for your presence. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for shining light into the wonder that is Akansha. I now take the honor to invite the Director in charge for the Directorate of Studies, Educational Innovations and Rural Reconstruction, Dr. K. Tharanikarasu, for his presidential address. Dr. Tharanikarasu worked as a project officer at the Department of Chemistry, IIT Madras, prior to heading the Department of Chemistry at Pondicherry University. He also served as the Registrar and the Controller of Examination at our university. Sir, it is an honor to invite you to give the presidential address. Please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Venkat, Mr. Venkat. So, respected the chief guest, Mr. Subhash Goyal, and our Dean, School of Management, Professor K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and the special guest, Professor G. Gopakumar, and the guest of honor, Mrs. Priyadarshini, and the keynote speaker, Mr. Pratik Hira, and our faculty members of the Tourism Studies and the students of Tourism Studies and the faculty members from other department and the students of other department, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. So it is a great honor to be the part of the Akansha 2022, and I came to know that the Department of Tourism Studies, Pondicherry University, organizing an annual Institute Industry Interface event named Akansha since 1992. I also understand that the primary objective is to build and nurture long-term relationship with the industry and academic bodies. So it is very essential during this pandemic time. So this is very useful for the students also. I advise students to take the opportunity to interact with our speakers as well as the panel members. So I came to know that about 2 dozens of distinguished industry and academic leaders participate in various panel discussion to deliberate on the burning issues of tourism, travel, and hospitality industries. So this is generally for the students. We organize this for over 2 to 3 years, where the panel members from the academy as well as the industry, they discuss the various burning issues which related to tourism. And also students are, I came to know that students are actively participating in the awareness programs, then competitions and the cultural events and socially responsible events in spite of the pandemic restrictions. So I am happy to know that the theme of the panel is reconnect, reboot, reset, re-energize the tourism sector and the tourism 2002 and beyond. I am also happy to know that there are some alumni who are coming forward to participate in this event. So during this event, since there are many panel members who are regular visitors of our university, I would like to mention 1 or 2 points before concluding my talk. See, as all of you know, now we are into NEP 2022 implementation this year. So this is very challenging for us. I feel this is the good forum to tell my colleagues in the tourism industries. Our dean is also the member of the CBCS formulations. And this, though the NEP 2020 is a very good initiative, but the challenges before us are huge. So we are into 2-year MBA program, now into the 4-year honors program. This is not VC for us because as per NEP, the students can move from one university to other university very easily, unless otherwise we have very good syllabus in our curriculum. We cannot retain the students in our university. So it is highly challenging for us. So as all of you know, especially students, so now we are into 4-year bachelor honors will be the more important program rather than MBA. It is very challenging for our faculty members how to smoothly transit from MBA into the BBA mode. We are also waiting eagerly what is the guidelines for this program from AICTE also. The main we cannot say problem, main challenge for us is as per NEP 2020, we have an academic bank of credit. This is very useful for the students. I am also telling this for the benefit of the students. So if you join to one university, you can credit your whatever the credit score, you can give it, you can score into the deposit into the academic bank of credit, and then you can move to any other convenient university. So it is good for the students, but the it is challenging for the teachers to give the good curriculum into this. And also, in spite of traditional MBA, so if you go to this 4-year program, then definitely the skill enhancement will be also more. The tourism industry is directly skill enhancement instead of concentrating on theories. So in that way, this program will be more. Why I am telling all these things are because there are many experts here. We need their support while framing the curriculum for the new NEP 2020 based curriculum, because we are in academic, but the industry feedback is very important for us. What type of skill you are expecting from us to give the students, that is very important. So maybe I request the faculties of the tourism industries to go for invite the reputed experts who are having very good ideas to give the input to develop a good curriculum, so that our program will be very famous all over India, so that we can retain our state of the respect also in the national level. That's why I am telling this important event. In this important event, I request our expert to support our department to give the feedback so that our curriculum will be better. This is the one point I would like to mention this. Then second point is, so MBA tourism is generally making the network and the contacts. So I request our tourism industry to also go it offline as early as possible, so that the students will be benefited. Because meeting the experts in person is definitely different from meeting the experts in the online. This is the another important point I would like to emphasize here. The third and last point is to alumni. So recently I visited the University of Michigan, where I took the LEAP program supported by Ministry of Education. So I took this LEAP program in Ross Business School in University of Michigan. I don't know how many of you know, the Ross Business School was built by alumni named the Professor Ross. So Mr. Ross must be. So you can see the broad and the kind-heartedness of alumni. So the whole building was well planned. It is fully sponsored by the alumni. I have seen this inside. We have a separate guest house separately for the school, and separate dining hall only for the school, and well furnished classrooms also for MBA students. So I take this opportunity to request our alumni also to support our business school, and to be more give the sponsorship or whatever the help our department needs. So kindly support them. So with these few words, I conclude my talk, and thanking the department for inviting me this very important event. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your wise words and giving us the direction by addressing these challenges that come with the introduction of NEP. Now, I would invite Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, Professor and Dean, School of Management, for the inaugural address. Professor Rao has done his PhD in Banking and Finance from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Andhra Pradesh, and his key areas of interest include banking and finance, corporate finance, security analysis, and international finance. Sir, please, sir.
Thank you very much. I am very delighted to join this Akanksha annual industry interface event. With the customary salutations to all the experts, our director and vice chancellor. I take this opportunity to briefly put before these experts about the Pondicherry University School of Management. I think among the central universities or even among the state universities, this is the only university which offers 10 different MBA programs in the campus. Our places extend beyond Pondicherry, and we also have our own campus in Karaikal. Recently, we have started our MBA program in Andaman Nicobar Islands. And then our MBA programs, it starts with the general MBA, data analytics, international business, supply chain, banking technology, financial technology, tourism, and so on and so forth. So this is the big mixture, a bouquet of MBAs where when a student applies for our campus, he gets an opportunity to verify what is in store for him, and accordingly he can develop his career. Of course, this Akanksha is a major event. Couple of years I have been associating with this, but in a pre-COVID time, we have to see this is rather Akanksha is celebrated as a university festival. The whole university will be vibrant with the students moving around and bringing experts, keeping some tents and shopping complexes, and then they will all be doing some culturals, and they wander around the campus with cycles, with tourism logos, and then they also reach out Pondicherry, the beach road. They will be organizing culturals so as to attract the tourists to Pondicherry. I know under the guidance of Priyadarshini, University has the Pondicherry government. Pondicherry has emerged out to be an important tourist location, and that is able to attract a large number of tourists in the recent past after this COVID. That is how this Akanksha is organized. We just want our students to exhibit their organizing abilities, interact with the experts, and build up the networking with the industry so as to move towards placements. I have also tell you as a dean, this is the department which generally completes its placement by sometime in December itself, when the one more semester is before them. They complete placements and they position the students in good companies like Cox and Kings, Thomson Reuters. This way, they're all positioned very, very choosily so as to enable the students to get good paybacks and associate with the decision making, managerial decision making. So I feel I'm really privileged with this industry interface event, and I also join with the Herald Department and other faculty members to formally invite and thank the industry experts who have taken a break and then they have joined in order to interact with what is going on in the tourism industry and what is in store. This is likely to provide a lot of confidence for the current batches, the first years who are studying this MBA program. So I take this opportunity for wishing this department to reach greater heights. I think it is already one of the top class MBA programs all over India, and we attract. If you go back and see last couple of Akanshas, we have very good experts, the presidents of associations, and sometimes even the chairmen of like Ramoji Film City or industry from different parts of the country. I feel the past glory comes back, and each group of students will sit with the experts before the meeting and after the meeting. They interact with them. They will even faculty interact with them, and they structure the syllabus. I think for the benefit of our director, I have to tell you, sir, tourism syllabus never sleeps more than 6 months. Every 6 months we upgrade it. We introduce the current trends. Now, a lot of technology gets into the tourism industry. So technological inputs are given, and that is how the program, half of the program is with a lot of technology, online booking, online understanding, the destinations, organizing tours with a lot of information, linking many more services for a customer, for the tourist. By sitting somewhere in the international tourist, by sitting somewhere, he can book everything and he can enjoy the way that he wants in the tourism, in India tourism. I think the type of last 2 years we don't have many tourists, but when I look at recently, there seems to be some type of revenge tourism taking place. Actually, everywhere in all railway stations, aerodromes, and when I have been to recently to Andhra Pradesh, they are flooded with the tourists. Maybe this is the first time government has also announced the summer vacation for schools, and parents have not taken their children. Now parents also understood, unless we take our children to different places, make them to understand how the Agra looks like, how Qutub Minar looks like, how Golconda looks like. Unless the student spends their child from 6th to 7th standard, unless he spends his time there, he will not be getting the first-hand inputs for his overall development. So this is a new trend, and I think the statistics also show last 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, this is a positive trend, and I hope this is a great opportunity for our students. Other day, I have also seen Pondicherry under the leadership of Priyadarshini. There are lots of new activities like scuba diving and the surfing, this type of things we have not heard about earlier, 5-6 years back. Now the beach travel, and there is a type of events. So the government itself is sponsoring with a cheaper cost and enabling the people, whoever visits here, Pondicherry becomes a very delighted destination for most of our tourists. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers and the student members and the faculty members of this department for making this tourism, MBA tourism, reach greater heights. The Akanksha, very name itself says, we have greater hope on how this, the students of this MBA program will be able to shape themselves in few years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for shedding light into SOM's constant endeavor to enhance its programs, and also for your wishes. Now, it is my immense pleasure to invite Professor Y. Venkat Rao for his felicitation address. To start with, Professor Venkat Rao was once the head of the Department of Tourism Studies, Pondicherry University, and has been serving as a professor in these fields for the last 10 years. He has organized national and international conferences and has published conference proceedings in the form of edited books, books of abstracts, and special issues of prominent journals in tourism. Sir, please, sir.
Thank you, Rohan. Respected dignitaries on the online platform. Rohan, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Rohan, yeah. So, honorable delegates who attended this Akanksha 2022, Director Tirunav Professor, and today's chief guest, our Stick Travels Chairman Subhash Goyal, and our Dean, School of Management, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, industry, Prateek, then Priyadarshini, and Joseph, and other resource persons. And my colleagues, students, and very good morning to all of you. When I look at our DTS, Department of Tourism Studies, I feel I am so fortunate to have my steps in tourism. Way back 2008, it is almost all 14 years, my journey in tourism. 14 years, my intervention in tourism, found that it is a great field with a lot of opportunities, not only for academicians, even the practitioners, especially the students who are undergoing training in tourism domain, they have a huge potential to become excellent professionals. Very limited because I have to give a felicitation address. When I look at the DTS journey, the DTS journey started way back 1991. Taken a lead role in India, because it is one of the lead departments in the country to take it forward, the tourism education and research to a greater heights. And then at one point of time, the DTS became a pioneer in many respects. And that may be training students for industry, training the scholars for academics. And in all sense, you can see the DTS has its own very unique brand across. When I was looking at this, the journey from 1991, it was mentioned Akanksha started in out of 30, I'm so happy that it has got a lot of emotional attachment, and then so we just integrate all our emotions into Akanksha and then create a brand tourism department of Pondicherry University to across industry. So we use it, the DTS Akanksha as a an instrument that is actually spreading the flavor of the DTS across the globe. So in this respect, when I look at what are the main highlights of this department, the highlights, let me start from students for one semester credit transfer in foreign university jobs and then settling there itself. That is one very unique thing in our department. Maybe we see that this is a very noteworthy the practice of the DTS. And at the same time, when I look at our director's suggestions about the alumni, and he observed in other countries, and I think the DTS is the first in our campus, if I'm not wrong, to register a department level alumni association, and alumni association has its own account, and then we created alumni fund, and then that fund we are using for even for social cause also. Sometimes whenever we are organizing this kind of events, we are just sharing these resources about the needy people, and then giving some kind of donations to voluntary organizations or even orphan centers, and this kind of social responsibility. And in the nutshell, what I want to just highlight the department. And the department, as our dean mentioned, it has got a very good track record in terms of placement, because our students are well accepted, that we know. And outside also, they are into the teaching professions in central universities and some of the state universities. Very promising department, not only the present, in the future also, and it is one of the very attractive place for tourism aspirants across the country. Across the country, we have students almost attracting and then preparing them the future professionals of tourism industry. Right. So with that, let me just and then Sherry and then other the students organizers who are behind it in making it a grand event. So thank you, Roshan. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we invite Professor Sampath Kumar Swain for his felicitation address. Professor Swain was on a deputation to Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, as a professor prior to heading the Department of Tourism Studies at Pondicherry University. He also happens to be the author of a well-renowned book titled Tourism Principles and Practices, which was published by Oxford University Press. Sir, I now humbly request you to deliver your felicitation address.
So thanks, Mr. Rohan. Namaskar to all of you. President of the function, Honorable Director of Studies, Professor K. Tarunikar, and Chief Guest of the function, an icon of Indian tourism, and legend to me in inbound tourism, Mr. Subhash Goyal, Chairman, Stick Group of Travels. And the Dean of School of Management, respected Professor Chandrasekhar sir, who inaugurated the function. Special guest, Professor Gokumar sir, former Vice Chancellor, Central University Kerala. Guest of honor, Madam Priyadarshini, and keynote speaker, Mr. Pratik Ira, President CEO Tornos, who is also my Facebook friend. And my senior colleague, Professor Rao, head of the department, Dr. Seri Abraham, Dr. Anu Chandran in absentia, Dr. Seri Abraham, who is the coordinator of the program, Dr. Sandeep, Mr. Sandeep, the student coordinator, faculty members from the other departments, head of the department from the other departments, students, scholars, non-teaching staff members, and industry representative, alumni, and our former colleague, Professor Jitendra Mishra, and one and all. It gives me immense pleasure in associating myself in the inaugural function of a day-long program of Akanksha 2022. It symbolizes expectations and aspirations of the students. This particular program is celebrated as it's a culmination of the 2-year successful completion of the program. Akanksha, as it symbolizes an expectation of the students from the industry and the expectations of the industry from the students. And the department plays the role of connecting students and industry for not only placement or enhancement of the skill and knowledge. Department has been organizing this particular flagship program uninterruptedly for the last 3 decades, despite many ups and downs in the industry. Department has not left any stone unturned in organizing this event, despite volatility in the industry for the last 2 years. I must appreciate the efforts of the head of the department and efforts of the students for organizing this event online mode and with a very contemporary theme: reconnect, reboot, reset, reorganizing the tourism sector. And I consider this program would make a defining role in contributing to the tourism industry in reformulating strategy to regain the glory of the tourism which we have lost for the last 2 years. I consider Department of Tourism Studies as a much responsible role in preparing the human resource who can face all kinds of challenges that tourism industry is prone to. As all of us know, tourism is the only industry or tourism is the only business which has been shattered in the event of COVID-19, novel coronavirus pandemic. Now, domestic tourism is regaining. And students have lost the hope, so also the faculty members and tourism fraternity. Now I could see there is a ray of hope which our student could see that they can start the career, and this particular event would certainly help the students to understand what are the expectations, what are the trends, what are the challenges of the tourism industry when the captains of the tourism industry would speak. And I must appreciate the team of the Akanksha 22, Madam Sari Abraham, under the able guidance of Dr. C.B. George. They have conceived the very appropriate and apt topic to invite ideas and suggestions and to create debates and discussions how tourism industry can be reorganized, re-energized, and how tourism industry can get back to its past glory. As my colleague Professor Rao mentioned about the glorious years of the Department of Tourism Studies. Department of Tourism Studies got its origin from Center for Tourism Studies. And Center for Tourism Studies started way back in 1991 under the Department of Management Studies. This is the way journey, and this is a program which is a blend of subjects from sociology, psychology, management, commerce, economics. That is all about the tourism, which can be placed interdisciplinary in nature. So we prepare the business leaders. We prepare business leaders who can understand the society, who can understand people, who can understand behavior of the tourist, and who can run the business very efficiently and effectively. And we never ever compromise in the quality of teaching and training. We send the students to the field 3 to 4 times. Almost a semester they spend on the field in terms of some comparison, in terms of
11:30, right.
In terms of familiarization with the destinations, and in terms of familiarization with the industry, so that it is not the theory knowledge which makes them the business leader, it is the practical. And more importantly, what they could not learn, what they could not listen, what they don't learn in the class or on the field, they learn during this particular event, Akanksha, a 2-day program. But this year, this has been reduced to 1-day program due to the unavoidable circumstances on the online mode. But at the same time, I must appreciate as many as 22 distinguished resource persons have been invited from hospitality, tourism, airline, travel agency, academia, and the policy making bodies. I must extend my sincere thanks to the department, more importantly the head and the coordinator for making this program a grand success. And I wish certainly the credit must go to the student team, because we always allow the student to play the role at the forefront, because this is the program that belongs to the students, and we allow the students to perform, demonstrate, and exhibit all their talents, budding talents in this event. And had it been the physical program, the resource person would have enjoyed the glittering cultural programs, which is organized mostly in the second day of the program in the evening. So with this, I once again congratulate the head of the department and coordinator and students for making this program a grand success and making the program possible through online, inviting stalwarts like Subhash Goyal, Pratik Hira, Munshi Joseph, and all others. Thank you, madam, for making this program grand success. I once again wish my greetings and congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sampath sir. I would now like to introduce you all to the chief guest of this program, Mr. Subhash Goyal. Mr. Goyal is the chairman of Stick Travel Group, Gurgaon, which was established in 1973 and has been operating for 49 years now. He has been recognized both nationally and internationally for his contributions to the field. Mr. Goyal has been the recipient of multiple awards and accolades ranging from Gem of India to Hall of Fame at the 14th Annual International Hospitality and Travel Awards. Sir, I invite you to share your words of wisdom with the audience.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be at Akanksha. This is not the first time I have been physically attending this event, but you have a fantastic theme: reconnect, reboot, reset, and re-emerge the tourism industry. It is truly said that it is the darkest before dawn, and thank God the darkest period is over, and we are seeing now, uh, as rightly said, that tourism is coming back with a bang, like revenge tourism. And in 2019 was the best year for most of the countries for tourism, and India earned about $30 billion as foreign exchange from the tourism industry. And 2020 and 21, it was virtually zero. And 22, we have a target of trying to reach this goal as soon as possible. But I'm sure by 2023 and 2024, we will not only exceed the 2019 target, but we will, by the end of 2024 or beginning of 2025, we should be earning about $50 billion in foreign exchange. And this is going to be, a big challenge. But at the same time, it's a great opportunity for India because on one side, you see China, which used to receive 50 million tourists, is virtually closed. Secondly, Eastern Europe, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, people are not going. So the only places left for tourists to visit is India, Southeast Asia, Australia, and maybe a few countries of Africa like Mauritius and South America. So India has a great opportunity. Now, I was very happy while I was listening that the Pondicherry University curriculum in tourism gets upgraded every 6 months. I don't think any other tourism department of any other university in the country is so, proactive as far as the curriculum is concerned. You see, the whole objective of the tourism department, because tourism being a labor-intensive industry, is one of the greatest employment generators. In fact, 1 out of 9 people who are gainfully employed are employed in this industry because it is a labor-intensive industry. You see, the agriculture has been mechanized, the industry has been computerized, and now robotics is taking over. So the only industry left which will have tourism is, is a labor-intensive, and human interaction in tourism will always be there. But the students who are listening today, I would like to tell them that, just by doing, a postgraduate course in tourism or doing MBA in tourism is not going to get you a job. You see, when we recruit people, we don't just see the degrees. The degrees will open the gate for you. But actually, if you want to be selected, and what we look at the enthusiasm of the person. You have to be very, very enthusiastic. And second, and you must, have that fire in you. And that is, what is missing in a lot of people we interview. So everyone, what Vivekanand said, should have muscles of iron and nerves of steel and be self-confident, as one of the previous speakers said. That self-confidence is the most important thing. Having said that, you see, this is going to be a very competitive world. You see, all the universities are training students. So what you need to do is, what an employer is looking at value addition. And value addition means that, you must learn a foreign language, particularly the languages which are spoken all over the world after English is Spanish. You must learn Chinese. You must learn, Korean. And for this, you don't have to go to a university today. On the net, there are YouTube classes. You can, learn these languages. So, but you must have that passion to do so. And then I always tell students that don't just be job seekers, but be job creators. How do you create a job? Because you have to keep your eyes and ears open. If you look at what is the need of the area or the society or the country you're living at, and where is the gap, and how you can uh, provide that need or those goods or those services at a reasonable profit. If this is your mind, some people criticize, no, our country doesn't have this, our country doesn't have this. But this gives you an opportunity, because what you don't have, and if you're able to provide, that's how you make money. And second most important thing is that I always say there are three things for being successful in life. One is hard work, second is hard work, third is hard work. There is no substitute to hard work, because all those men who became great did so not by a sudden flight. They, when their comrades slept, toiled upwards in the night. But hard work alone is not enough. Hard work, you have to be focused, you have to have a strategy, because the man who digs from morning till evening is also working hard. But if you have a plan, if you have a target, and you move towards that target, you will be successful. There's no power on earth that you will not be successful. In Mahabharata, when Arjun was asked, he had to shoot a fish that was rotating, that do you see the fish? He said, no, I only see the eye of the fish. That is how sharp you have to be focused. And you must have an ambition. And whatever your passion is, you see, you can turn it into a business. So, be passionate, work hard towards your dream. And most important is you must know salesmanship and you must know technology. Because I'm sure, as I was listening to the professors of the university, that you are upgrading every 6 months and you are focusing a lot on technology. Now, in olden times, the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, were there. But now, if you don't know the computers, right, you cannot succeed in any industry. So you must know digital marketing. You must know, how to do some basic programming. You must, and how to use your technology to sell and market your products, and on social media, how to utilize the Facebook as a, how to utilize Twitter, how to utilize Instagram. Now, these are things which are there in the future. In olden days, we used to print brochures and we had to go this. And third most important thing is that, particularly for tourism students, and this is when I train my staff whom we recruit, we take a test on geography. You must be thorough with all the, countries and the capitals of the world, and also all the states and their capitals in India. And you must be able to visualize the map, because our product is the world, or our product is the country. If you do not know your product, you cannot sell it, because salesmanship has basic 3-4 basic principles. One is you must have thorough knowledge of your product, whatever you're selling. And in case if you're selling Uttaranchal, you should have thorough knowledge of Uttaranchal. If you're selling Kashmir, if you're selling Cochin, so thorough knowledge of the product. And second is you must know what the competitor wants, and what the competition offers. If you have to compare Kashmir with Kulu Manali, then you have to see the strengths and the weaknesses, and somehow show your strengths, so that you are able to divert passengers to the product you are selling. And apart from that, you must have a smile. You must be able to communicate. Your communication ability should be there. And you must you must call the people by their names. You must remember your customers' birthdays and anniversaries, have a relationship. And once the customer is convinced, you should give the customer a deadline and try to close the product, the sale. So if you know this and if you know the principles of marketing, that is product, price, promotion, distribution, and all that, then I think even if you start a small business of your own, there is no reason you will not be successful. And this country, after having traveled more than 140 countries, I tell you, you should be proud of your country. This is the greatest show on planet Earth. We are lucky to have, about 74% of the Himalayan mountain ranges in India. We have over 7,500 kilometers of coastline. We have beautiful islands with coral reef. We have the virgin, beaches, and we have about 30, more than 30 World Heritage sites. And every state has a unique, thing to offer. So there's a great opportunity in front of you, and don't be disheartened because this COVID for 2 years, a lot of people were saying, "What is the use of But I will always advise, and I always tell my students and also my stick family members, that don't always keep your eggs in one basket. You must always have a contingency plan. And this COVID has taught us. So if you know a foreign language, even if tourism is not there, you can work as interpreters. You can join. If you are in Japanese, you can join a Japanese company. If you are in Chinese, you can join a Chinese. So you have to do multitasking. If you are in sales, you can second up into marketing, or if you're in marketing, you can go on advertising. So you have to always remember that you should be bright enough to take any challenge on. And once you're confident of what you're doing and you're focused, and so there is no reason that you will not be successful. And but for success, you have to plan, you have to have a strategy, because a man without an aim is like a ship without any motor or sail in the water. एक वे इधर आई तो इधर चली गई, इधर आई तो इधर चली गई. If you love a girl or a boy, you have to be focused on that person. If you start looking at every girl or every boy that comes, then you're not going to get anything. Similarly, you must be focused on the career and the job that you want to take. And I'm sure you'll be successful. God bless you with all you're very fortunate to be in Pondicherry University, because I have personally visited your campus. It's a beautiful campus. The teachers are truly devoted and they're committed to the subject they're teaching. And there are a lot of people in this country, millions, who cannot even afford to go to school, what to say of college or university. So please focus on the studies which you are taught. And when you go home, I mean, in our time, there was no internet. So whatever you want, whatever research you want, we used to spend hours in the libraries and look at Encyclopedia Britannica and look at things. But now with a click of a button, you can get any information on Google. You can get any information. So, and you can do very cost-effective marketing through digital marketing. So anything you want to do, even you can work from home. But if you know digital marketing, if you know technology, you can, all that you have to do is set up a website and a payment gateway. And through digital marketing, you can reach all over the world. And there are a lot of people, there are a lot of young entrepreneurs, there are a lot of startups. And India is one of the fastest and the largest startup, thanks to our Prime Minister's initiative, that India is going ahead with startups. So you have a great opportunity in front of you. You have, India is the birthplace of 4 great religions: Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, even Islam, which originated in the Middle East, became Sufism when they came to India. So why I'm mentioning religion? Because Saudi Arabia, after oil, makes more money from Hajj or religious tourism. So there's another opportunity for all of you in the tourism industry. And even during COVID, the food chains who were, like Zomato and Swiggy, they were oversubscribed and they made a lot of money. So distribution of your product, technology, last mile connectivity are things that you have to always be aware of. You're lucky and God bless you. You're in a good university. You're in the best country in the world. Thank you and Jai Hind. God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and your optimistic extrapolation of what the future holds for us as well as the tourism industry. Next, it is my privilege to invite Srimati Priyadarshini, Director of Tourism, Puducherry, to say a few words. Srimati Priyadarshini has always worked closely with our department for the implementation of novel tourism development projects in the region. She is the backbone of Pondicherry's Ministry of Tourism and has been working tirelessly towards the development of the city as a prominent tourist attraction. Prior to this, she served as the Director of the Department of Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs, Directorate of Industries and Commerce, Directorate of Social Welfare, as well as the Department of Women and Child Development. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished members of the panel and dear students. It's a great pleasure to be here as a panel member to speak on the Akanksha 2022. Like tourism as an activity or as a subject and also as a matter of discussion is a great it's a great subject that all of us really like to talk about it, and we relish both as a tourist or as a stakeholder, as a provider of tourism activities. So in my I would like to talk about tourism from the perspective of the state government or as a industry, as a department of tourism, what the role we are trying to play with, especially with respect to Puducherry. Post-COVID and also post the GST, the government of Puducherry has realized that the main area in which that we have done, we can earn revenue for the government is, of course, tourism. So the focus of the entire government is on tourism in Puducherry to make it a priority sector. When you make tourism as a priority sector, then it involves like, are we ready? The first question that is, as Puducherry as a destination ready to push tourism in a bigger way? We know all over the country, tourism, Pondicherry of course rings with tourism, and there is a perspective that it is a tourist destination. But still, the kind of tourist that is coming and the kind of infrastructure we have and how much we can market is a question that's a question that is very prevalent today, because when we push tourism in a big way, before pushing, it is very essential to have the infrastructure to back it. There is a perception that the Pondicherry is a weekend destination, and many people who come here, they feel that after 2 days of there is nothing to see. So our first priority as a department was to improve our infrastructure facility to involve more beaches in the thing. So under the Swadesh Darshan, we have developed now 4 or 5 beaches at Eden Beach, which got the blue flag certification from the Denmark, and also other beach destinations. And we also developed our temples. That was the first approach the government has taken to improve the infrastructure facilities, because without more places to visit and more parks to do that. Because without that, if we go promoting tourism, first, even though the advertisement and branding will, and even the name brings people to Pondicherry, it is very essential that it has to be backed by things to watch, things to experience in Pondicherry. That was the first focus. Of course, the focus always should be backed, and once that infrastructure is in place, it has to be substantiated with marketing. So we are also engaging a digital agency to market. Now marketing has also changed from earlier days where there is advertisements in the TV or on the print media to social media marketing. So have more, strengthen your Instagram handles, your websites, and also your Facebook and other things. That is other approach that the government of Pondicherry is looking at to promote tourism. Tourism as an activity, we have to see that it is not when will a tourist think about coming to a place? It has, first and foremost, it is a safety of the place, and then the cleanliness of the place, and accessibility and affordability. Feel Pondicherry is a safe place because a lot of solo women have traveled to Pondicherry, and so it is a safe place, and it's a very clean place also. And accessibility has increased with the airport facility that has come. We have started, our airport has revived, and flights started coming from Bangalore and Hyderabad, and also affordability. Affordability, of course, we have it's an affordable place, but it also includes more hotels should come in place, so that the tourism will be it will become more affordable to the common man. Second most thing, what we have to look at from Pondicherry's perspective is looking at more destinations, target places from which the people will come to Pondicherry. That is another approach to that. For example, if you look at Pondicherry, the tourists that are coming to here are basically from Chennai and Madras, who comes for weekend destination. Only if people come from longer distances, they will stay for longer duration also. So we have to look at new markets for that. New markets, we have to do our road shows and bring people to Pondicherry, so that, so the approach is secondly to look at new markets, and also to shift from mass tourism to class tourism. Now what is the mass people who are coming in large numbers is not important. To earn revenue for the government, you should have class tourism. People will stay for longer duration and spend more in Pondicherry, and they should feel that you can spend here for 4 or 5 days. So this is the 3 or 4 approaches that the government of Pondicherry is looking at: infrastructure improvement, and marketing through social media, looking at new markets, and also for longer durations, looking at new markets, so people who will come for longer durations. So in this, the also we are looking at we are making a water policy and also a tax policy in Puducherry, which are in the final stages. These 2 things will also provide a lot of opportunity to the new entrepreneurs to come and invest, because tourism as an industry cannot, it is an area where it's a private participation and private engagement is very, very important compared to any other thing. So the government is keen on providing the atmosphere for the private entrepreneurs to come and work here, and to make their many more programs in a effective way. Then this is our what as students, as a university, can do for tourism or to the Department of Tourism. First and foremost, I will say that you should do a lot of internship with government also, and do a lot of research works or market study, market research among the tourists coming to Pondicherry or anywhere, or also comparative studies of Pondicherry and tourism in Goa or something. You can work with us, so that it will give us some insight into how we can do things better, because these are gap analysis are very important for the government. So the Department of Pondicherry University can help the tourism department in that way. Second is, you can do extension activities with the local design, because very important thing, most critical thing about development of tourism is, like, all of us are brand ambassadors of tourism. Each person whom a tourist visit in, when you come to Pondicherry or any place, is an ambassador. If you behave properly to a tourist, so if you see, the Incredible India campaign was followed by Aditi Devo Bhava. Why? Because Incredible India cannot sustain if the Aditi Devo Bhava attitude is with the common man. So every stakeholder, every common man, every policeman, or every person who sees a tourist should feel that he is an Aditi and he has to be respected, and he has a role to play, and he is providing us income. So that is very, very critical, and that is lacking in many places. So we as a department, either in Pondicherry University or in the country, this culture has to be built up much more. This thing, not a tourist is not a person to be fleeced, or he has to be treated well. This kind of extension activities with the public, or this thing, as in university or students, you can do a lot of extension activities to sensitize the people in tourist locations towards this thing, because these are two things which I think the university can do. So I would appreciate my best wishes for this Akanksha program. Hope you have a 2-day sessions where you get more informations and knowledge and take you forward. All the best to all the students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for providing us with the state's perspective on tourism management. The department thanks you for gracing this event amidst your hectic schedule and prior commitments with the International Committee of Blue Flag. It is now my immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Prateek Hira, founder, president, and CEO of Tornos, for the keynote address. Tornos is an experiential travel company that prides itself in being a micro-destination management company offering knowledge-based products since 1994. Mr. Prateek Hira's other notable venture is the Indian Frontiers, which is an India-centric tour operating company with special interest in British India tours from 1757 to 1947. Sir, please.
Thank you for having me over, and my felicitations to the chief guest of the day, Mr. Subhash Goyal, father figure for the entire tourism industry of India, and the words of wisdom that he always speaks in his address always kind of are a takeaway for everybody who's listening to him, and for us also as his junior colleagues in the industry. My felicitations to Professor Gurmeet Singh, the Vice Chancellor, who's not been able to join today, Mrs. Priyadarshini, whom I was listening very carefully, and Pondicherry, as I said earlier during our casual conversation, has been on my bucket list, and a beautiful place that I want to revisit and see all the improvements that have happened there. And then, of course, Professor Gopakumar Venkata Rao, Professor Kanan, Professor Chandrasekhar Rao, Dr. Sibi, Dr. Sherry Ibrahim, and Professor S.K. Sivan, and all the students, the faculty members, the staff, and the researcher scholars, of course, who are attending Akanksha 2022. I will be speaking on the evolutionary trends. Now, I've named it evolutionary trends with a purpose, because we are sitting on the cusp of the worst and the best for tourism. So we need to realize, now, of course, the best for tourism is not so close, it is far away. But then I don't want to be continually pessimistic, saying that nothing has moved since 2020 through 2022, where we are. The speakers before me have spoken about the surge, the revenge tourism, the surge that is taking place, and it's visible in destinations like I belong to Uttar Pradesh. Varanasi is a destination where you can't get hotels, you can't get flights. I mean, hotels are really expensive. Some of the good hotels are selling for 70,000 rupees a night, and good is not the best. So you need to realize that how that surge has come in, the kind of trend that has set in among people to travel. Indians were not known to be good travelers, at least on domestic fronts, leaving the religious tourism, but it has all changed. So there are so many positive changes that have happened, and it's only, of course, the matter of time that the inbound tourism has opened up. But of course, India, it's not the season for India to have a huge surge in inbound tourism. But I'm seeing, as Mr. some speaker said before me, that it is just a matter of time. By 2025, there would be, things that will be very positive, and we are talking about the foreign exchange earnings, which will kind of double from where we were earlier. Now, theme of this year's Industry Institute interface of the Pondicherry University is innately optimistic, I must say. And precisely this is what our attitude now should be to move ahead in 2022 and beyond that. The mantra is quite rightly reconnect, reboot, reset, and re-energize. We have time and again proven that tourism industry is innately resilient, optimistic, and innovative. So any downturn makes us reinvent, regenerate, reestablish, and revive ourselves. And that's what's happening. That's what is happening now. If you see the trend from 2022, when we were living in a pessimistic world and hopelessness, now we are full of hope. The ray of light is already there, and it's only brightening by each day. Undoubtedly, the industry has evolved much more in the last 2 years than it, I think, ever did probably in the last 10 years, after the advent of online travel agents took the industry by storm, and the airlines had entered into a zero commission structure for travel agents. This now is yet another evolution, I would say, in the travel industry, and probably the biggest one, because this is also including the demand side. So and the supply, and forcing the supply side, which is of course the tourism industry, to live up to the expectations and the changes that the demand is going through. So travelers have and are evolving in the post-COVID era, and their demand patterns are changing so much that the travel industry, as suppliers, has to reinvent and keep pace with the evolving market. Travel industry is now reinventing businesses to multiply its revenue heads and recover faster. As Mr. Subhash Goyal rightly said, that we need to place our eggs in many baskets and not just one. So this is one of the reasons that, and the best way that the industry can recover faster, because we will have we would have multiplied our revenue heads in the times to come. In the times to come, do expect to see new programs and introduction of new and unheard destinations about which we have learned in the past so many months. And now, of course, we as travel agents, tour operators, want to offer all that we have learned, all that we have seen, maybe virtually, or maybe sitting at our homes doing the kind of a desktop research, I would say. But we have added all this to our portfolios. It is also time for niche tourism and subject-based tourism, quite unlike the top-selling Golden Triangle or the Golden Triangle fixation, let me say. These will include specialized subjects such as gastronomy, music, birding, a specific period of history, or even popular peculiar incidents or particular instances of significance. Another issue I strongly feel about is that India, mind you, is too large a country, and most of our states are much, much larger than countries. So now it's time to rethink about the term destination management company. Till now, DMCs operated selling everything, everywhere, and were based out of bigger cities. But with a substantial workforce which was laid off or furloughed, or whatever term you give it, belong to different states, smaller places, they have returned to their places. And now, I think when the industry is opening up, has opened up quite a bit, instead of returning to these bigger cities, larger cities, because there used to be a time when we as students, when we were studying in 1990s, we all had Delhi dreams. I mean, anything in travel and tourism had to be in Delhi. Now that trend is changing. People are wanting to be in their smaller cities, in their regions, and trying to become entrepreneurs, set up their own regional DMCs, which is a good thing for students of travel and tourism. Yet another area that might hold strong ground now is the slow and immersive travel, which may gain much more ground due to increased holidays at hand and the change in the kind of a working pattern, which is into a hybrid mode. So you are able to work still when you are not in your office through electronic medium. And similar thing goes for the school. So studies, even to a certain, in many schools have gone into a hybrid mode. So this means that the holidays, the traditional Christmas holidays, the traditional summer vacations will no longer be just the motivators for travel. So people would travel for more time and travel throughout the year. So this is another trend. And then the seasonal trend, mind you, has also started changing. I mean, the hottest areas in India is the north of India at the moment. We are seeing heat waves, but it is not affecting travelers. The destinations that you might have ignored earlier, and hills were the only places to look for, there's a huge departure from that notion, and people are traveling to places like Agra, places like Varanasi in UP, Jaipur, in stretches of Rajasthan. I mean, nobody would imagine that people in summer months would travel. The prices in the hotels would drop drastically in states of Rajasthan, in states of Madhya Pradesh, and the state of Uttar Pradesh. But that trend is changing. And this is because of, and people are adding new destinations. There has been a huge trend of smartphone research that we are doing every day, the kind of videos that we are watching or we were watching when we were totally free sitting at home. So this is another important trend. And then there is a term called social travel, which of course the students of travel will understand that it was travel for all classes. So this may be yet another establishing trend with huge focus, or call it a forced focus, on domestic travel, which no one thought would see such a surge. And no one was prepared for that. I mean, that there was a time when hotels, the star category hotels, the top class hotels, were only focusing on foreign travelers, or were focusing on the travelers, on the high net worth individuals, Indian travelers. But that has changed. You know, we all have come into an era where we can travel by air, we can travel in air-conditioned most classes of the railways. We can live in the deluxe hotels, because now we've got used to that kind of a trend. And hotels are also not differentiating between the two markets now. And domestic came in as a support system for these 5-star deluxe hotels, and this trend will continue. So kind of that they have spoiled us for the choice of the places where we stay, the places where we go, the mode of transportation, how we travel. While we are evolving and readying for tourism in its new avatar, I would say I'm seeing a re-engineering and remodeling of tourism businesses. For this, we will have to realign manpower and optimize the workforce. Thus, for the students of tourism, it is imperative, as Mr. Subhash Goyal was mentioning, to upskill, reskill, and kind of be multitasking person. Gone are the days when you were just a salesperson selling, or you were making just the itinerary, or you were just making just the vouchers for the travelers. Now it's all multitasking. You should know everything, including the social media marketing, including vlogging, including blogging. So that is what the requirement of the day would be. And to achieve this, the universities and the industry have a huge complementary role at hand. We as industry realize this, and as a part of this realization, we wish to handhold students of travel, tourism, hospitality in these difficult times. I understand that the students are going through a difficult times, because there is a lot of the clarity is missing to understand that where they would go. Even the teachers are not very confident about the kind of placements that the students will get, because many companies have downsized, many companies have shut. But there is always an opportunity in all these adversaries. So you need to understand that if you are multitasking, you are the first one to be picked up by the industry in the post-pandemic era. So it will be a different kind of a post-pandemic ready workforce when we need them to grow and expand our businesses, which at the moment, I would tell you, is limping back to normalcy at a slow pace, but we are seeing a huge surge, something in the international travel as well, which will be quite similar to the domestic travel as we have seen in the past. And each tourism business has to think now like a startup. That is the best way. And rejoice with each business that comes in. I mean, just remember, we need to remember the first day when we came into business, the first 100 rupee that we earned gave us a huge excitement. We were not worried about the terms like break even or profitability or the turnovers, but that was the first 100 rupee earning that came to us. We were feeling like we were kings. So that's the kind of the spirit now which industry needs to have to come over this and maintain a positive attitude and recover faster than we ever thought we would. Of course, there'll be many changes which all of us will have to accept as a part of evolution, as I said earlier, in the travel industry. And with it will come many concerns too that will have to be simultaneously addressed. Some of them, of course, will be addressed by the government boards, the government of India, the different state governments. But then we need to realize that change is the only constant, and we need to change according to the demands of the market. With this, I end my address, and thank you all for inviting me at this event. A very special thanks to the Vice Chancellor, who's not been able to be here, Professor Gurmeet Singh, the Head of Department, Professor Sibi PS, whom I have been corresponding and talking at length, and of course, Professor Sivan and Professor Sherry Abraham. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being very insightful with your speech, in which you reflected upon the evolutionary trends for India's tourism industry. Now, before I announce the winners of various competitions that were held as part of this annual event, I would like to congratulate Ms. Sriseya, who is currently doing her exchange semester in France, for her exemplary performance in essay writing and photography contests, which were organized under the Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat initiative. With that being said, now we move towards the announcement of winners for various competitions held under Akanksha 2022, which were organized in association with Standards Club, Bureau of Indian Standards. We thank all the coordinators who did a phenomenal job in organizing these contests. I request Jayachandran to showcase the works of students who won these contests as I announce the winners. To start with, the department congratulates Harshita Yuvraj, second year MSc Food Science and Technology student, for winning the first prize in the painting contest. All the participants were asked to come up with works of art delineating the essence of India, and Harshita stood first in her effort to do so. Then, the second prize in this category goes to Swastika Saha, second year MA French student, for her portrayal of India in this beautiful painting. And finally, in this contest, the third prize goes to Akanksha Vakhale, first year MA French student from the School of Humanities, Pondicherry University. We now move towards the announcement of winners for the photography contest, in which students from across departments participated. Mohammad Nabil from the Department of Tourism Studies wins the first prize for his picture depicting the street life of India. The second prize in the photography contest goes to Bharani Dasan from Pondicherry University Community College for this beautiful picture. Last but not the least, the third prize in this awe-inspiring contest goes to Bhuvanesh, who is a second year BSc Visual Communication student at Pondicherry University Community College. As we now move towards our flagship contest, that is the standards quiz, I would like to inform the audience that Lajina from the School of Social Sciences and International Studies stood first in her exemplary performance in this category. Second and third in the line are Nabil M. and Rishal from our own Department of Tourism Studies, School of Management, Pondicherry University. We now come towards the end of the prize distribution ceremony, and I would like to conclude the session by announcing the winners for the Responsible Tourist Quiz. Mohammad Mohaseb from the Department of Tourism Studies came first in this contest, while David from the Department of Food Science and Technology bagged the second position. Now, I request Mr. Sandeep Singh to offer the vote of thanks for this inaugural session.
Thank you, Rohan. A warm and graceful afternoon to our Honorable Chief Guest, Director of Studies, Special Speaker, Management Committees, Professors, and my dear friends, and all other peoples who are gathered here. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contributions of those who worked really hard to make the event possible. I, Sandeep Singh, on behalf of Tourism Studies, Department of Pondicherry University, and the entire faculty of the institution, extended my sincere thanks to the Almighty for making today's event a grand success. On behalf of Tourism Studies, Pondicherry University, I extend my hearty thanks to our President, Dr. K. Taranikasu, Director of Studies, Education, Innovation, and Rural Reconstruction, Pondicherry University, who spared time from his busy schedule to grace the occasion. Next, I would like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Subhash Goyal, President of STIC Travel Groups, for his wonderful speech, sir. Your words were truly inspiration to us. Next, I would like to thank Professor K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Dean, School of Management, Pondicherry University, for inaugurating the event and giving a wonderful talk. I would like to thank Srimati Priyadashni P., Director of Tourism, Puducherry. Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. I would like to thank to Mr. Pratik Hira, Founder of President and CEO of Torrance, Lucknow. Your words are insightful and inspiring, sir. Today we have got a lot of information which will truly help in our life. We have and revealed some interesting facts. As the events cannot happen overnight, the wheels started rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for a deal. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team and very protective and detective staff. A big thanks to all the participants who took part in several competitions and participations is the most important step in success. Congratulations to all the prize winners. Hard work surely pay off. And I'm also grateful to all the audience for coming here and addressing colors to this event. Last but not least, a big thanks to each one who made this event memorable. Have a great future ahead. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I would now like to conclude the session and thank all the renowned speakers for their valuable words. It was indeed an insightful session for all the students who attended the event. Now, we move to our first panel discussion on the theme Reconnect, Reboot, Reset, Re-energizing the Tourism Sector, which would be coordinated by Pranati and Navya. I now request Pranati to take over. Thank you.
And Rohan, you have been a great host, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So once again, I thank all our dignitaries for joining for this inaugural session. And we are going to continue with our first panel discussion. I request you to join us if your time permits. So we are really honored to have you all for this inaugural session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Rohan. It was indeed an intriguing and an illuminating session. With that, let us move on to the next session. Good afternoon to one and all gathered here. I, Pranati, along with Navya, the students of MBA Tourism and Travel Management, on behalf of the Department of Tourism Studies, Pondicherry University, take immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the virtual panel session of Akanksha 2022. I bid a very warm welcome to all the renowned panel members who took out their valuable time and joined us today to be a part of this discussion. Let me introduce the theme for this session: Reconnect, Reboot, Reset, Re-energize the tourism sector. The breathing catastrophe COVID-19 had affected people and business organizations worldwide, triggering a global economic crisis. Many sectors have been drastically affected, but the tourism and hospitality industry was one of the hardest hit by the COVID-19 outbreak, not only economically, but politically and socially as well. Tourism, a major source of revenue and employment in many countries, has been staggering for the last 2 years, and India is one among the countries that has been worst affected. This pandemic has also exacerbated the mental health of business owners of the tourism and hospitality industry. The social impact included depression, anxiety, stress, and resentment among the business owners about the present and future conditions. More than 20 million in India involved in tourism were dismissed, and tourist arrivals in the country were down by 64% during the third wave. However, with the administering of COVID-19 vaccines, the constant rise in cases has drastically reduced. Moreover, the government has taken various measures to help the industry grow. Ameliorating and reviving the industry is one of the major goals of the government. Experts say that among all regions, Asia Pacific is likely to see the highest rebound of international tourism. The time has come for the industry not only to go beyond its traditions and the way it used to sell, but also to find new methods as to how tourism will be accepted. Like always, with the hope that the impending days will be better, let the tourism reconnect, reboot, reset, and re-energize itself. To discuss further on these, we have proficient, scholarly, and exceptional personalities who have graced this virtual event. I'm absolutely thrilled to take the opportunity to introduce the chairperson of this session, Mrs. Paramita Shuklavedya, Professor and Director of the School of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Ma'am has completed her bachelor's in zoology at Delhi University and has graduated as the topper of her batch in Masters of Tourism at Lucknow University. She also obtained a doctorate in philosophy at the same university and achieved the Junior Research Fellowship from the University Grants Commission in the year 2002. She has authored 3 chapters and has written over 15 units. With a good number of publications and with years of experience, we are delighted to welcome you, ma'am. I take great pleasure in inviting the resource persons, Mr. Arul Mani, Corporate Director at IHCL. He has over 32 years of experience in both hotel management and in the field of education. An alumnus of Bharathiya University and a diploma holder from the Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Mr. Arul Mani has teaching experience for over 6 years. He worked as the Learning and Development Manager for a couple of years, following which he assumed as the Corporate Director of IHCL. He's a perfectionist, balanced with excellent relationship management, a great mentor, and has molded the lives of students who are in leading positions today all over the world. Incidentally, we discovered that Mr. Arul Mani and Dr. Sherry Abraham, Assistant Professor in the Department of Tourism Studies, were college mates. We are pleased to have you here, sir. Moving forward, I'd like to extend a special welcome to the reputed Mrs. Devika Jeet, the director of Durgadas Publications Private Limited, which was established in the 1980s. DDP has published several books and possesses several awards, the India Mice, India Cargo, Arabian Travel Awards, to name a few. Mrs. Devika Jeet has completed her bachelor's in BA History from Lady Shri Ram College and graduated with an MA in International Tourism from Cardiff University, United Kingdom. Ma'am started off as a reporter and ascended to becoming the director of DDP in 2012. We're delighted to have you here, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Over to Navya.
Thank you, Pranati. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Monsi Joseph. He has the distinguished honor of serving 34 years with the Madhya Pradesh Tourism Development Corporation. He worked as a senior manager with Madhya Pradesh Tourism Development Corporation. He worked with the corporation during the transformation of Madhya Pradesh tourism into one of the most breathtaking tourism destinations of the world. Madhya Pradesh tourism is an amalgamation of nature, culture, adventure, and mystery. Sir, I welcome you to the panel. Next, I welcome Ms. Asha Gupta. She holds the office of Deputy General Manager at the Pondicherry Tourism Development Corporation. Ma'am has received the Civil Service Award from Government of Pondicherry in 2018. Ma'am is also a lead member of the Raj Nivas Outreach Team 2018 to 2021 and team member Project Roshni, an initiative of Rashtrapati Bhavan. She received She received commendation certificates from Dr. APJ Kalam, Honorable President of India, and Dr. Ramnath Kovind, Honorable President of India. Over the years, she has been in the forefront of organizing and marketing several programs such as Beach Fest 2022 under the banner of Pondicherry Tourism Development Corporation. She is also the classmate of our beloved professor, Professor Sherry Abraham. Both of them together graduated from the prestigious Institute of Hotel Management, Chennai. Ma'am, I welcome you to this panel. Our next our next speaker doesn't need an introduction. He is a familiar face to the Department of Travel and Tourism. He has been by the side of this department through all its endures, an experienced traveler and a seasoned travel advisor. I would like to invite the proprietor and director of Mehta Tours and Travels, Mr. Naresh Mehta, to this panel. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Once again, we welcome all the resource persons to Akanksha 2022. I request everyone to mute their mics. In case you have any questions, kindly put them in the chat box, mentioning the person you are addressing it to. Now I invite the chairperson, Mrs. Paramita Chakrabarty, and the resource persons to take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
And thank you so much, Praniti. This is a very small thing to say, but it is not Mrs., it's Ms. Okay. And I prefer to be referred as either Professor or Dr. Paramita. So let's just keep it simple there. I've been here since the very beginning today, since the inaugural session, and I have heard all of the stalwarts of the tourism industry speak about what has been happening and how things have been in the last couple of years. And it was quite an enlightening session for me, the inaugural session. And for that, I'm really grateful to Pondicherry University, all the administration, all the management and administrative staff of Pondicherry University. My special thanks to Dr. Sibe and Dr. Sherry as well, who have been in touch with me constantly and have given me this opportunity to be a part of this Akanksha. As other experienced and seasoned people have said before me, this theme of Akanksha this year is something that all of us has been discussing. We are waiting for the rebooting of the tourism industry. What we have seen in India in the past couple of years is a total decline of inbound tourism as well as outbound tourism. There has been a decline of almost 74.9% tourist inflow into the country, and which has actually resulted in a loss of more than 75% in the economic sector, the foreign exchange included, in other sectors as well, not only the foreign exchange. But as a teacher, what I have observed in the last couple of years is how my students who were already in the industry, they have suffered, what all they have gone through. So I speak as a teacher who has seen that most of our students who were just a single earning member have gone back to their home who had left their villages and towns and had come to the metro cities to earn their living actually had to go back home in the last couple of years. And it's only now that they are thinking and rethinking whether they should come back and join the job. The only students who have survived these 2 years were the one who were married and had a spouse or a support system. The support system could be parents who had financial support, who could support the students financially, or the spouse who had a job which was not in the tourism sector. Only they have survived this last 2 years. And what I have seen in this couple of years was how multitasking has helped. What Mr. Subhash Goyal was saying earlier, I have seen that. We have all seen how people who were only concentrating on one area shifted. In Delhi, per se, we have seen how a restaurant turned itself into a grocery store. Bikaner Wala, which is a very famous restaurant, Agarwal's brand, another famous sweet shop, they all converted themselves and started working in the area of groceries because that was the only thing that was working. I have seen students who have been very resilient and they started investing in themselves. Many of the people who were already in the industry, they started investing in learning new languages, getting updated in the computer ware. They were getting updated. The only factor that we have seen in the last couple of years is how students who have upskilled themselves, who have moved beyond tourism, have survived. So now it is probably time for all of us to think how we can reboot it, how we can regenerate tourism so that people, the students who were already involved in the tourism industry, they get a chance to come back to it. And obviously, as Mr. Goyal was also giving this example, which I think is very good for us, unfortunately not a very good thing to say, but considering the COVID situation in the East Asia, considering the war situation in East Europe, probably, and the situation of what is happening in the rest of the world, probably India is one of the safest countries to visit if we can maintain the hygiene factor, if we can change the way we work, how we deal with the tourists who are visiting us. So I should not take a lot of time. We are already very late, and we were supposed to finish this session by 1 p.m. And I'm sure all the students who are the backbone of this Akanksha, they will also need a break from 1 to 2 to have their lunch and all. So I will just wait for all of you to give your thoughts and maybe then just speak about it at the end of the session. May I start by inviting Mr. Monsi Joseph? The reason I'm inviting Mr. Joseph is I have seen him in this session from 10 a.m. I guess he and I were the only two people who were here even before the guests came for the inaugural session. So, Mr. Joseph, we are keenly waiting for you to share your thoughts. And I request all the panelists kindly restrict your time frame to 12 to 15 minutes at the max. Please, it's all yours. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear students. Thank you for letting me join you here at the Institute Interface Program, Akanksha 2022. A special thanks to Dr. Sherry Ibrahim for giving an opportunity to be a part of this amazing, energetic gathering. Well, this is the time of the year. It's supposed to be the best time when people should be packing their suitcases for their summer holidays. But the scenario is entirely different today. Over the past 2 years, we have seen something that we never imagined even in our deepest nightmares. Social distancing, usage of masks, sanitizers. We might have never thought of such things before the pandemic, which has become a vital need of today's life. But all of it has become necessary for our safety against the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic brought almost everything to a halt, may it be visiting your friends, relatives, or traveling. Things came to a halt all of a sudden out of the pandemic. One of the major sectors that was greatly affected is tourism industry. The restriction of non-essential services, movement, and travel and the closing down of tourist spots has made tourism a casualty of the COVID-19 pandemic. During COVID-19 pandemic, the tourism sector suffered one of the deepest crises ever. The statistics showed a steep decline in the number of international and domestic tourist arrivals, while hotels were closing and qualified and non-qualified personnel were running out of jobs. The tourism industry is supposed to stay open to welcome, to showcase, to connect, to bridge distances, but the pandemic has made it all a different story. All we could hear was lockdowns, closures of hotels and tourist places, and social distancing. But slowly, as we are coming out of pandemic phase, it is time to reconnect the tourism sector with life and infuse the globe-trotter vibes in your DNA again. The tourism of our country enhances our international standing and makes us stand strong as a vibrant, livable, and connected hub in the global map. It stands to be a key pillar in our economy because not only does it generate income, but also opens doorways for numerous tourism industry aspirants to seek jobs in this particular sector. So what we can do to deal effectively with the pandemic is to kickstart our domestic and international recovery plans. There are various efforts taken by the tourism industry to re-energize tourism, but it is still in the early stages and the practices may vary from one operating environment to another. But I would like to suggest a few measures to reconnect the tourism. To increase customer confidence and ease travelers' fears about the travel-related risks, hoteliers and travel stakeholders should put into place communication plans to update the public about any new travel health and security related information. The most effective communication will focus on clear, consistent and transparent messaging on potential health risks as well as mitigation measures, and be widely disseminated through both the digital and print platforms, example posters, information displays, print media, and social media. To train the staff in current health guidelines and make personal protective equipment available. Travel stakeholders should aim to reduce COVID-19 transmission pathways by training their staff and forcing them to adhere to current health guidelines around physical distancing, wearing face masks, and increased hand washing. In addition, business should maintain an adequate supply of task-appropriate personal protection equipment, example masks, gloves, face shields, for staff to ensure that they remain protected. Good hand hygiene and proper disinfection practices are necessary for protecting against COVID-19. In the light of this, travel stakeholders should introduce enhanced screening regimes, ensuring that frequently used equipments and infrastructures are sanitized regularly according to latest global health guidances. Where appropriate, business in the travel industry, example hotels, airports, should also increase the use of air conditioning and effective filtration systems to keep air clean, improve airflow, reduce recirculation, and increase the fresh air exchange. Using technology and other strategies to reduce person-to-person interactions is an important consideration in reducing risk of COVID-19 infections. Business should focus on upgrading and enhancing facilities to encourage physical distancing and to minimize test points. In situations where physical distancing cannot be maintained, travel stakeholders should consider installing transparent protective barriers to provide physical distance between customers and employees. They should also consider minimizing physical contact through touchless technologies, self-checking at hotels and airports, and digital venues. Promote more robust health screening and contact tracing. Hoteliers should review their policies and adopt health screening procedures in line with recommended guidance. This might include updating sick leave policies and ensuring staff health is monitored by recommending that they do not report to work, get tested, and self-isolate if they show any symptoms of COVID-19. Travel stakeholders should also collaborate with local health departments to collect information necessary for contact tracing and notification of individuals in the event of exposure. Where possible, these processes can be integrated to ensure that travel and health authorities are working together. This crisis is an opportunity to rethink tourism for the future. Tourism is at a crossroads, and the measures put in place today will shape the tourism of tomorrow. Governments need to consider the longer-term implications on the crisis, while capitalizing on digitalization, supporting and promoting the structural transformation needed to build a stronger and more sustainable and resilient tourism economy. How do we re-energize the tourism sector? To re-energize the sector, besides ensuring its vibrancy and resilience, it is imperative to prioritize safety and hygiene for all sorts of branding and promotional efforts. Such an act will restore the confidence of the tourists, and once again, they will be able to place their trust in traveling. Specific monitoring mechanisms should be put in place to ensure the sanctity and the sustainability of tourist spots. Local communities and government should make way for enhancing unique homestay experiences and offer tour guide services to promote economic well-being. Incentive and promotional campaigns should be intensified to boost tourism industry once again, and digital platforms should be aggressively used to entice domestic tourists to explore the unexplored vicinities of the country. We all understand the importance of tourism in the economic development of our country and its role in the enrichment of people's life. But the question is how we can do better and achieve more in the case challenging these times. After facing such a tough time, we should commit ourselves to strengthening cooperation and promoting tourism development, be it regionally or internationally. I hope my thoughts will not just help in taking on new tourism ideas, but also new perspective, new horizons, and new hope on how we can reboot tourism, take it to new heights. Tourism is a sector with the broadest economic value chain and the deepest social footprint. Herein lies the opportunity to rethink, restart, and to grow back better. But first, we need to restart tourism and aim high to bring back the magic of travel. I don't want to extend my talk for a long time because it's already late. So, wish you all the best, especially the DTS and the Pondicherry tourism. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Joseph. I have noted down a couple of your points, and towards the end of the session, I'll certainly bring them out. Now I request Mr. Arun Mani to share his thoughts with us. I just have to say one thing before you start speaking. I have this misconception somewhere in my mind that tourism industry suffered a lot during this pandemic, but somehow the hotel industry could reinvent itself even during the pandemic itself. We saw the concept of stay vacation, where people traveled in their own vehicle to the hotels and stayed there. And I have also seen hotels in metro cities trying to come up with methods to reboot their restaurants. They came up with partitions. They came up with do-it-yourself kits for home cooking and all of that. I'm hopeful that you will touch on those aspects during your talk as well. I so very much look forward to your talk, sir. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Parimata, for a rather generous start to this discussion. I would like to start with the youngest probably out here, and that is thank you, Pranati, all right, for your very generous introduction. There's a long way to go before I can accomplish all that you probably put on that speech of yours. From Akanksha 2022, the only contact person for me has been Dr. Sherry Abraham, and I would like to start with thanking her and everyone else at Akanksha 2022 for inviting me to this panel. I was kind of prepared for a panel discussion. It seems to have changed slightly in its format for people to share their thoughts on the topic of what we have identified as, I think, reconnect, reboot, and reset. All right. There has been a lot that has been shared with people with varied experiences, some of them probably decades more than mine. And it would be important to honor whatever they have shared and probably take it from that point onwards for the largest audience in this, which is, on my assumption, the students of the university. There will be a lot more that will come following my sharing here, right? And what I would like to principally share is that, like any other industry, the hospitality industry went through the process of saying, you can't just knock us down and say we are out, we will be up back again, because we deal with very basic human needs, food and sleep. It's as simple as that. Whether it's going to be at the place that we want it or whether it's a place which is far away from where we live, this is exactly what the industry is all about. Yes, it is enhanced to luxury levels in many areas with a lot of additions being thrown in. But otherwise, we just basically deal with two things: a place to sleep and some good food to eat. So it was a matter of playing around with a lot of ideas and bringing back what best can we offer to the customer who is willing to spend that disposable income being available to them. Yes, it's a matter of time that things would bounce back, and we need to be a little bit patient in such areas. There is a combination of two things. One is that some of the companies have survived and some of them had to close shop and go into what is called as a dormant mode, and hopefully the energies will reboot once again and people will bounce back like they were in 2019 and before. What I'd like to share with the students of this entire group here is that what is it that you can do for yourself and what is within your control right now? That's more going to be important for your preparation for the rebooting of the industry more than anything else. Before I get into that, probably a directive professor-like mode of giving gyan to the students, let me share a little bit about the Indian Hotels Company Limited, or IHCL as we know it internally, but the outside audience knows us as Taj Group of Hotels. Right. The Indian Hotels Company has rebooted itself to a few new venues of business. The largest that is visible to you, I would request you to all go to the website and have a look, which is called Ama Stays and Trails. The Ama Stays and Trails has brought into a formal sector. It's not something that did not exist before, but it has been brought into a formal sector of what we all understand as homestays. All right. These are simple luxury bungalows in really exotic, unique locations, owned by different owners whom we have tied up with and said, you use your bungalow roughly about 30 to 40 days in a year, and the rest of the days it stays shut. Why don't you partner with us? We'll sell it for you for the rest of the 10 months. All the income that comes in, 80% is yours, 17% is ours, 3% is a little bit of expenses here and there, and it also allows us to maintain your bungalows. It turns out that this seems to have been accepted by the customers, and we are slowly growing. We have about 47 bungalows across the country operating already. We've signed up to 84. We're really ambitious, and I just hope we have the support of all the customers across the globe. We want to become 500 in the next 5 years or so. And that's a big number to expand to. The other brand that the IHCL expanded to is called Cumin. It's a little bit of wordplay out here. We call it curated quality cuisine. And Cumin is actually an app which is available on your mobile phone. And For those people who miss some of our popular restaurants across the country, I'm afraid there's a little bit of a bias here. That means the audience only in the major cities are able to utilize this opportunity. Brought in those cuisines and said, okay, all right, if you miss your memories of China, if you miss your Golden Dragon, if you are missing your Mediterranean cuisine, call us up and we'll send it home. The most unique thing that we put into place in that packaging is completely recyclable, safe packaging. And the food, of course, remains what it always is. Cumin expanded itself to food trucks. It has also expanded itself to a small cafe where tea, coffee becomes the major beverage and thrown in with a load of snacks. And this is something which has been interesting as far as the Cumin expansion is concerned. Along with this, the subsidiary services have gone further beyond. We've been a little bit careful because this involves a certain amount of customer contact, which is rather intimate, which is the Jiva Spa. All right, the spa has enhanced itself back more into well-being and medicinal purposes together, and it's expanding rapidly across Taj Hotels. We have been extremely fortunate and lucky to be part of the House of Tatas. So here we would say that, all credit to this brand as well as its philosophy, which said not one single employee lost their job during the last 2 years. The most interesting thing that chipped in is senior employees voluntarily took a pay cut and were able to make sure that our frontline employees were supported during this difficult period. And we would also like to honor the frontline employees who did an incredible job of working as much as 12, 14 hours at the same pay to make sure that the customer is kept safe and they still enjoy the same service that Indian Hotels Company is known for. So may I come back to that small point that I was saying, what exactly can the students do in this slightly challenging time? All right. Focus on your knowledge, on your skill. It's a little difficult. It's not too easy, okay? Because the knowledge part is easy because it can still come through online classes from your professors. Trust me if I told you that they have to do 5 hours of work to talk to you for 30 minutes. It's not funny. Right. The second part of it, if I would like to share, is on your part. You can do your reading. Thankfully, a lot of material is available to you at the click of a button. The luxury that you enjoy is it's not like a small library that we used to have in our institutes, which may have had about 1,000 books, and we were pretty thrilled about it. I think the number of books and the information available to you in the internet now is a little difficult for you to. Thankfully, Google is available for you to filter it. Otherwise, we would have gone mad filtering results. So may I share my thought, which says, please focus on optimally using your energy levels. All right. For your well-being, energy is everything. So eat well, sleep right, and read a lot. Okay. All of it is going to be beneficial as you keep growing. There's a lot of challenges that are hitting all of us right now. A combination of physical health and mental well-being is going to be very, very important for all of you people. So I would not be too far away from the truth by saying, if I'm not emphasizing, that you please focus on these two requirements. All right. A long career is going to completely depend upon these two things being well managed in your entire life. Our highest turnover in the industry, or the reason for the highest turnover, is dip in physical and emotional health. Okay. Everything else can always be well managed. So you need to take care of that. And these are the only two things that are personally in your control. Are you really in control of the infrastructure that we need to develop in Pondicherry? Are you really in control of the new tourism destinations that we need to create in this country? Are you really in control? If you're an entrepreneur, you will start with a small step. But what you are most well in control is the knowledge that you can for the lack of a better word, suck up from your professors. All right, they have a huge wealth of knowledge with them. Please make sure that you actually make them deliver money's worth. They're getting paid a salary. Just go ahead and get sure that you get the best that you can get out of them. Okay? And along with that, be resilient. All right? It's as simple as that. Just take farming as an industry, for example. You cannot go farming 365 days in a year. All right? There is a time where you sow. There is a time where you reap. There is a time where you will allow it to grow. There's a time you allow it to rest. Same is the case with the hospitality industries. It is not going to be a geometric curve that is constantly always going upwards. It is going to be a sine wave. It will have its share of ups and downs, and it will be a brilliant indicator of how luxury is available in the country. Okay, most of the if you get into industry and ask if people will come and tell us that the country is doing well if we sell a lot of motor cars. Okay, somewhere we always connect the economy to how many cars get sold and how fast do they get sold. All right, not realizing that we need to make sure that we do away with the 15-year-old cars and get new ones so that we have enough material to build new cars. So same is the case with our industry. All right, so besides the knowledge and skills part, because of the rate of change being extremely fast, there may be a complete remodeling in the way in which younger generations learn. And maybe in 30 years from now, you will be sitting on a panel like this and giving advice to the next set of students to tell them what to do. May I suggest that you use your imagination, narrow down on good ideas, and make sure you try and experiment executing them. Do not just touch things on the surface. Please go into detailing. Please do a lot of diligence and then experiment with the execution. Right. Lastly, if I may share a couple of points which is probably important to you, and like in any other place, your personal passion is what's going to keep pushing you. All right. It's quite possible that you may take a lot of time accomplishing the goal that you have set for yourself. It's also quite possible that you may be one of the lucky ones who have accomplished your goals very early. Now, for those who have achieved their goals quite early, all right, please go ahead and set a new goal. The new goal can be either a higher benchmark, or the new goal can be a completely different new industry. There are so many people who switch industries, start from scratch all over again, and do well once in a different area altogether. To close, all I could say is that it's all right for the wind to blow into a thunderstorm. All you need to do is bend, let it pass, and then stand up again. Right? I am absolutely confident under the guidance of this wonderful university that you are under and this enviable place called Pondicherry that you are studying in, all right, you will rock anywhere you go. All the very best to all of you people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arulmani. That was quite enlightening. And your youngest group are, I'm sure, learning a lot from what you have said. The chat box is open. Anyone has any queries? The students, anyone else in the audience, kindly put it in there. I would now like to ask Ms. Devika Jeet to share her views on what has been going on here, discussion about rebooting, how the students can be a part of it. And yes, I certainly loved what Mr. Arulmani just shared with us. He spoke about how in Taj Group, we have not seen a single loss of job in the past couple of years, which is a tremendous news. I have so many students on the brink of bankruptcy that I am really happy to know that one brand has stood up for what it is. We have seen it in the case of Mumbai attack as well. Taj speaks for itself. So, Madam Devika, maybe you can share such other stories that you have come across during your COVID tenure, and now how we can make the move forward. I look
Thank
forward to
you.
hearing you.
Thank you, Dr. Paramita. Thank you for this opportunity. With your permission, I would want to share my screen and just put together a short presentation. So if it's okay, I'm just going to show the presentation as well.
I think Pranati has to give you the permission,
Yeah,
not me.
I'm
to
not
share
getting
the
the permission to share.
Yes. The power of control is in the younger generation. It's no longer with us.
Devika, you're not able to share?
No, I can't share.
Okay, fine. Jayachandran, please share Madam's PPT.
Perfect. So I don't think I'm controlling this. So I think I will need someone's help. I need Jaya's help to move the slides whenever required. So friends, I'm going to today talk about an international perspective to tourism, because I mean all my fellow panelists and my colleagues have spoken about the Indian perspective. While I know that 2020 was extremely grim, now the conversation, especially on a global level, has changed drastically. It's no more about COVID any longer. We've reached this phase where it's called living with COVID. So we don't talk about the pandemic. We stop talking about the effects that the pandemic has had on tourism. We've had that. We've lived with that for the last 2 years. And now we need to move on. So where is the future headed? Where are we going? And what do we need to learn? Before I start my presentation, the one thing that I want to say is joining the tourism industry or learning to join the tourism industry is by far the best career decision you could have ever made. You will absolutely, in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I know the last 2 years were a struggle, but in the next few years, you will absolutely passionately love this industry, be it tourism, be it hospitality, be it aviation. Once somebody gets into this industry, there is no going back. You will never be able to walk away from this sector and choose another sector to be in. Jaya, can I have the next slide, please? So yes, so travel for me in 2020 meant rewriting the rule book. Everything, absolutely everything that we learned before 2020 changed. Everything went out of the window. We restarted all over again. And believe me, while it was a horrible 2 years, but it's been 2 years of a lot of learning. Next, please. So yes, while I said I don't want to talk about the pandemic, what did the pandemic teach us? I've altogether put 15 points that I would want to talk about today. The first being show of strength. It showed us that businesses, governments, industries need each other to function. Be it the airline, the airports, the cruise lines, and the hotels. We know what everybody did for the pandemic, how absolutely everybody came together and helped the world fight this war. So this global war that we fought against a small disease, I mean, the industry came together like how. Next slide, please. Yes, what did the pandemic do? The next big thing that the pandemic did for us is integrated travel. From a technology point of view, we jumped 10 years. What we would have been in 2030, we've reached there in 2022. There was so much learning. There was so much, the digital technology moved so fast. There were webinars from all over the world where they would taught you how to polish your skill set and know more about a destination. From Spain to Switzerland to small towns in Assam, the industry connected with each other and they got first-hand information through technology. I mean, this would have taken us, again, years to have reached here, but we managed to reach here. Jaya, next, please. So global recovery. What does the global recovery look like now? Where are we headed? What can we expect? Next, please. First, Jaya, thank you so much. I'm sorry for bothering you like this and making you change the slides, but thank you for helping me with this. So what does the global recovery look like? According to WTTC, the next 10 years, up to 2032, there will be an annual growth of 5.8% per year in the tourism industry. In 2019, the global tourism industry contributed to $9.6 trillion worth in the global economy. Can you imagine? The industry is worth US dollars 9.6 trillion, and which is approximately 10% of the global GDP. And now moving forward, by the end of 2022, we expect the industry to have recovered to US dollars 8.35 trillion. So we are not very far from where we were before the pandemic. The industry is growing. The industry is doing well. The industry is improving. Though the recovery is not balanced, it is unsteady, it is not uniform. There are certain parts of the world are seeing more recovery than others, but there is recovery, and that's what we need to focus on. That we have coming back. Next, please. So again, this is another number that I pulled out from WTTC, which was extremely inspiring. That said, the travel and tourism industry in the next 10 years will create 126 million jobs worldwide. So at any point while you are studying or have gone through the last 2 years and you think, we don't know if we'll find a job, we don't know if we'll find an opportunity, yes, you will find a job, you will find opportunities. Open your horizons. Don't limit yourselves to just the one bit that you have learned or the one bit that you know. The industry, you are skilled for this industry, the industry needs you. 1 in every 3 jobs will be related to the travel and tourism industry in the future. So absolutely at no point do you need to worry about job opportunities. There are plenty in the market. Next, please. So global threats, it doesn't just, I've painted a really rosy picture, but it doesn't end there. There are still threats in the market. Jaya, next, please. So the biggest threat currently, while the human virus was a huge threat, the next biggest threat will be cybercrime. There is, the digital technology and transformations were huge, but their cybercrime also was a price that we had to pay for it. Currently, by 2025, it is estimated that cybercrime will cost the world $10.5 trillion annually. In India, we know technology. You are the young students. You know technology. You know digital transformation. Sharpen your skills. SMEs, the small, medium enterprises, travel enterprises, need to mitigate cyber risks. If you can add that in your value add that you present to a future employer, tell them that you understand technology. You're not scared of technology. I'm not telling you to learn programming or to start to start creating antiviruses. I know that's not possible, but you shouldn't be unaware of technology. You should not run away from technology. You should ride the wave of digital transformation and save the industry from this, because this will be the next big problem that we deal with as an industry. Jaya, next, please. The next crisis is a triple crisis that has also been identified by WTTC, which says climate, nature, and pollution. These will be the 3 big crises that we will face as an industry. And I'm not sure if all of you know this, but as an industry, as a sector, we have promised to go to net zero carbon emission by 2050. So it's extremely important as the future, as the next generation, for you to understand what the carbon challenges are, what hotels, airlines, cruise liners, everyone is managing when it comes to carbon challenges, and actually sharpen your skill set when it comes to this as well. Because at no point this is what we are going to be dealing with in the future. If you can help your future employer understand this crisis and come up with a solution for the crisis, my friend, your jobs are going absolutely nowhere. Next, please. So sustainable travel. This is where the future lies. And if you are not on top of sustainable travel, if you ignore sustainable travel, you will have a problem. The conversations are moving towards sustainable travel. Luckily, a lot of Indian practices are already extremely sustainable. So it's not something new for us. It's not something that we've not done in the past. It's something we've grown up with. So we need to bring those everyday home practices into sustainable travel. Jaya, next, please. Jaya, can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So yes, this is what I wanted to talk about when it comes to UNWTO. They have defined sustainable tourism as tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. Please take a minute to understand this. I'm sure your curriculum talks about rebalancing this equation in detail, but this is where we are headed. Next, please. So again, WTTC, as you can tell, UNWTO and WTTC are my go-to guides when it comes to understanding the global picture. So here we have, I have noted down a few of the sustainable initiatives, and sustainable initiatives don't just include climate and environment. We're talking about zero plastic, no human trafficking, no illegal wildlife trade. All the minuses that come with the tourism is what we need to address when it comes to sustainable initiatives and sustainable travel. I know there are a lot of competitions. There are a lot of opportunities where you can present your ideas. But believe me, you have a very large audience listening to those ideas, because there is a generation above you that unfortunately destroyed the environment to a great extent. I know a lot of my panelists might not agree with me here and might hate me for saying it, but we were not environmentally sustainably responsible. It's in your hands to make that happen now. Jaya, next, please. So the India story. Where is India headed? Where are we going next? Can we have the next slide? This is by far my most favorite slide. It talks about the Indian outbound travel. 28.5 million outbound travel by 2025. Projections show by 2024 we would have been fully recovered from pre-pandemic levels. Can you imagine? Every country in the world will come after the Indian outbound traveler. The new Indian outbound traveler loves to travel. They want short holidays. They want long holidays. They want luxury holidays. They've understood the value of holidaying, and they've understood the value of travel. Interestingly, while everybody talks about business travel and MICE travel, the spend on leisure and luxury travel is a lot more than business travel. I don't have that number on my slide today, but I know that there is a lot more. The outbound expenditure for Indians would be 22.9 billion. It was 22.9 billion in 2019. So can you imagine the kind of money that we are spending abroad? And this number is expected to reach 40 billion by 2026. So Indians are traveling. Indians love to travel, and the world is coming to India to welcome us to their countries. Like I said, do you know about a small town in Portugal? You will have somebody who will call you from Jaipur or Jaisalmer wanting to go to Portugal. Can you sell them the destination? Do you have the knowledge of selling them that destination? You have to become experts in absolutely everything. You will not get a lot of chances of saying, I'll come back to you with this information. You have to have that information on top of your head. You can't sell when it goes to abroad. You can't sell a Bangkok, Dubai, London, New York any longer. The wish list of the Indian traveler has changed. You have to move on with that wish list. Can I have the next slide, please? So while outbound is growing, so is inbound. There is no stopping the inbound growth as well. I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi put it really well when he said, Chalo India in Denmark. There could be no better campaign for India tourism than Chalo India. And let's hope that the Indian diaspora does send those 5 people that he has requested them to send. There is a new tourism policy also on the way. Interestingly, hopefully we will see the policy soon, but interestingly, they have focused on green tourism, digital tourism, hospitality skill set, tourism at micro, small, and medium enterprises, and destination management. So again, what tourism policy that India followed is changing, it's evolving, it's talking the global language. You also, and all of us need to be talking the same language. MOD or Ministry of Tourism aims to have a $1 trillion tourism economy by 2047, which is with 100 million international travelers or arrivals in India. Again, this number is huge, and let's hope they can do that. Interestingly, the Federation of Association of India of Tourism and Hospitality, FATE, which is a combination of 10 travel associations, is aiming for 75 million international tourists by 2035. So while the government is giving us a certain strategy, the private sector or the associations of private sectors is also aiming for a very high number. So again, everyone's working towards growing India, and again, like I said earlier, there will be no shortage of jobs or opportunities in this industry and in this sector. Next slide, please. So again, I'm going to talk about media because I come from a media background, and I cannot end any presentation without talking about the media sector. Can we go next on the next slide, please? So why B2B media? And again, I'm biased towards it because again, I've come from B2B media, and I would want to talk about that. Unofficially and officially, we have around 42,864 travel agents currently in India. These are ITA registered and non-ITA agents, both included. So why is it important to reach them every day, all the time? Why do they need to read B2B media? Here, I'm not talking about just our media channels, but all B2B media is here to stay, because B2B media is the tools that provide it to the travel agents and tour operators to further sell a destination. So honestly, you should have subscribed to some B2B media to know exactly what is happening on a daily basis in the industry, in the sector, to make sure that you get the news, because that's extremely important for you to know what the news is in the market before your client or before consumer calls you and says, can I know what is XYZ happening? You should know about it. You should know about the Jet Airways story that is currently going on. Jet Airways has got clearance to fly. Where are they going? What are they planning to do? All of that is the information that will empower you, and that will give you an edge over anybody else in the sector. Next slide, please. B2C media. Again, a very interesting part of it. All I want to say is the media is here to stay. While there has been a lot of change in the way we accept the media and in the way we recognize the media and how the media reaches us, but it helps you track consumer behavior. It tells you the story. It motivates travel. It provides the gratification that is required for that travel to go ahead. So again, consumer media is something that's here to stay and will always be here. Next, please. Digital media. So no story is in the travel industry is complete without digital media. Next, please. So honestly, if you are in the industry and you don't have a social media strategy, you're doing something wrong. All of you are the future influencers. So all of you as students need to have an extremely strong social media, digital media presence. You will slowly become brand ambassadors for India tourism. Every time you meet foreigners, you will connect with them on social media. Their next trip to India will depend on the content that you are putting out. So please put out content on social media. Please imbibe social media. Do not run away from it. And a lot of tourism marketing that will happen in the future will be through social media. So again, this is an extremely important and extremely powerful tool in absolutely everyone's hands. So every student sitting here, hearing us today, knows that they have this tool to take forward. Next, please. Video content. So there is no story that is complete without video content. People love video content. How do you connect with the world? This is what the pandemic has taught me. That how do you connect with the world? How do you build trust with the world? It's only through video content. So specialize in it. Again, a skill set that while tourism is always going to be, travel is always going to be your main skill set, these are skill sets that can further enhance or further help promote you and promote you as a brand and promote you as to your employer, because the new age employer is looking for that extra that you can add to them. It's not about knowing your job, going for a 9 to 5 job and coming back. And friends, honestly, if you think travel is a 9 to 5 job, it is not. It is not that industry, it is not that sector. This industry it's an always on industry. The pandemic has also shown us that we are always on. We have to always be on top of our game, and we need to like again I said, build trust, and video has been my way of building trust with a lot of people. Next, please. Yeah, this is the next slide, please. So while travel has changed forever, I'm going to come back to what Akanksha has highlighted and taught us is travel will help us reconnect, re-energize, reboot, redefine, reset, and rebuild. The topic for Akanksha 2022 could not get any better. So I would like to congratulate the whole team at Akanksha. Thank you for putting together such an interesting conference and such an interesting session. The last slide, Jaya, has my email address. So if anybody ever needs to reach out to me and wants to talk about anything, I'll be very happy to. But I would want to, again, congratulate the whole team of Akanksha. Thank you. And especially everybody in the Pondicherry University Department of Tourism Studies. And thank you for giving us this opportunity and giving me this opportunity. And I wish you all absolutely all the best. A big thank you to Dr. Sherry Ibrahim. She has been instrumental in being in touch with us and helping us put this together. So thank you all, and that's all from me. Dr. Pamita, back to you. Over to you.
Thank you, Devika. I hope you are not leaving. Maybe if somebody has any query, or the discussion will be open once everybody has their say. So I hope you will be around to.
I'm right here. Yes.
Yes. So you spoke a lot about what is happening, and you gave a very positive picture of how things will look in the next couple of years. And hopefully with tourism opening up, we will have all those figures that you spoke of, 28.5 million travelers, 1 trillion tourism economy, and all of it. But you spoke about some things which need more of a policy discussions, like triple points that you spoke of, right? Climate, nature, pollution. How digitalized we have become, cybercrime, and the need of the hour, sustainable travel. So for that, I will request Mrs. Asha Gupta, since she is in the PTDC Pondicherry. So I hope you have something in pipeline which will answer and probably have something in the policy which will take us to the next step of rebooting tourism.
Yes, certainly.
Keeping all of this in mind.
Thank you.
I look forward to hearing you.
Yeah. Namaste and welcome from Pondicherry. Distinguished academicians, my fellow colleagues from the industry, and most of all, the aspirants and dear students who are here in a majority. First of all, it gives me immense pride to share this with Mr. Arulmani and Sherry, whom we are meeting after years on an online platform. Thank you, technology. It's been a continuous session of a lot of academic activity and discussion. To break the discussion and the monotony, can I be permitted? I would like to share something on screen.
Madam, you have my permission, but the permission does not lie with me. It stays with the younger generation.
Yeah.
The next generation holds the key. So I believe Praniti and her group will be able to help you.
Yeah, I'm just.
So technical team can help Madam to present the PPT.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to see this. So the purpose of showing this little reel of Puducherry first, because coming from the Tourism Corporation, I had to do my little marketing bit here. So welcome to Puducherry. We've had this concept of peaceful Puducherry. We'd like to shift it ahead and say it's now a happening Puducherry. And now coming to what, we'd all prepared so much, but I think we should also keep in mind that students are here and we'd like them to listen to us in a short rather than go on for a long time. And I'd rather be speaking from my experiences. What I feel the future of tourism today after this major disruption and total collapse of everything and relearning, the future lies in relearning and adapting. And each student and each one of us has to now, as per my, my topic for the day, I would be confining myself to saying it's about creating experiences. If you want to see monuments, you want to see places, Google Lens, Google provides you everything. It's there at the click of a button. But if you would like the human aspect to enter, the thing comes in curating experiences. Earlier, we had museums being curated, we had shows being curated. Today, it's about curating a tour, customizing a walk. There's a food trail, there's a food walk, there's a heritage trail, there's a beach walk, there's a morning reflection walk. Everything is so customized because experiential tourism is going to be the future. According to what we've seen, and in a place like Pondicherry, or elsewhere, we no more talk of just seeing the Taj. We talk about walking in the lawns around the Taj, the sound and light program at the Red Fort. Everything else is available online. It is that experience which will really bring around tourism. Our thing today would be on curating customized tours, customized experiences for every tourist. And taking ahead, I also had a slide, but I will just take you quickly through 3 slides of mine and not go into them in detail, but maybe we just see them. What I feel that the leadership has to provide, we as leaders, the framework, the policy frameworks, it has to be evolved learning, which we see at the Department of Tourism. I'm told that their syllabus changes every 6 months. That's so wonderful because learning has to be continuous. It has to be constantly evolving. And then it has to have multi-dimensional modules. You just can't have academics or just book learning or something. You have to integrate technology. You have to teach them the use of digital media. You have to strongly integrate technology frameworks today because that's one of the reasons where we are all connected today globally. You could be anywhere. Technology has to be an important dimension in our learning process. And that would only come with a continued R&D. You have to have, leadership has to have continuous research and development going on. We need to have innovative hubs where we know what we are headed for and we keep constantly progressing. And the future lies in data mining. There is going to be so much data. There's so much data, but we need to effectively use that for a dynamic information flow. And only when we are able to give this kind of a correct data, which my colleague and fellow presenter just spoke before me, know all the data which he has. If the students here could imbibe and work on, taking their work towards those modules, towards those angles, that would be the excellent use of data which is available today at the click of a finger. Another thing I think is we need to learn from experiences. That is what pandemic has taught us. And then it is also learning from on-site learning, which is related to experiences. And the leadership today, which has to be creative and innovative, has to have think tanks which would be able to provide solutions as we go ahead. And coming to the next thing, the talent source, which I think are the students or the people who the HR and the people related to creating talent sources. For us, the only future lies in learning, unlearning, and again relearning. which I would call as an adaptability quotient. We need to have talent centers of excellence, each institute, every department, every industry, every R&D, every corporate, every group has to have talent centers of excellence where then we can do knowledge sharing. And these centers of excellence should have mentor networks where people from the industry or for people of excellence are able to mentor and create thought processes. And a very important aspect today, I think, for talent sources or talent source pools would be having hybrid qualifications. We can no more say that, I'm just a social media expert. Yeah, you are, but you should know a little bit of content writing. You should know a little bit of video editing. You can say, I'm an advertising professional, but you need to know how digital media works onto advertising. You also need to know how print media works onto advertising. You can say, I'm a hotelier. Yeah, you are a hotelier, but you need to know how to integrate your reservation portals. You need to know what's the brand of your corporate group, where it is heading. Like Mr. Arulmani told us, they've got these AMA stays which are coming. So wonderful. He knows where his group is headed and see their projection. 500 is their projection which they need to go. So the whole team is working towards that. So we need to have a clear idea. We need to have dynamic SOPs. We can't say this is my standard SOP and I'm going to sit on this. No, it doesn't work. It has to be dynamic. They have to be mentored by networks, by our mentor networks, but they need to be dynamic. Coming to the last slide, I've just cut short all my slides and I'd just like to share what it is. This, I feel, is our way ahead. It is going to be a synergy. Our revitalization 2022, I would say it's resurgence of tourism, it's revenge tourism. Tourism is here going to be back with a bang. But it's going to come in different platforms, in different spectrums, in different spaces, on different dimensions. We are no more going to have tourists who will come to, for any place, and even if they come to Pondi, see the ashram, Matra Mandir, see the rock beach and go. No, they want to have specific itineraries. They need to know where to go. They want to have experiences. They want to know which is the best place, which is the best cuisine. Even like Taj, corporate like Taj today has an app dedicated to culinary expertise. So think how much of specifics people are going into. So much is experiential tourism all about. And to take all this ahead, I would suggest for the students today and for every professional here, and every professional who's here with us today on the panel, and the others who are there with us on this online platform, the biggest way we could go ahead is with educational evolution. We have to go on, upskilling ourselves, you and me, and the students also. It's not that we can be left out in the process. We need to constantly upskill. There has to be an evolution of education. There has to be progressively skill set enhancing. And then we have to work on our network capital. Our networking is going to be so important. You may call it a network capital, you may call it a socially quotient, but that is going to be very important, because what are all these platforms, LinkedIn and others, it's creating your visibility index. So you need to have your networking, your visibility in order. And then we go to something called resource mapping. Who can do what best? So that is going to be very important. You and me, what can I do best? What can someone else do good? And who is available where? Where is this particular expertise available with whom? So resource mapping, and this data is all going to be there online, and it is going to be available with the various talent source pools. And that is going to be the work of data mining to give us all this data, which will enable us to do this resource mapping. Resource mapping will tell us which resource, which expertise, which product, tourism service is available where. So it is like connecting the needs to the demands, which are both going to be extremely dynamic. And all this is going to be wonderfully integrated with technology. Technology has provided us so many solutions. And yes, there are going to be problems also, as my earlier panelists said. The government will have to work out solutions, have to come with policy decisions to ensure safety on the online platforms. But yes, technology has connected us like never before. It's going to manifest itself in various tourism products. Today, we might not need a guide. You might just have a walking app. I could just go and show my Google Lens and have everything told to me on audio on my mobile. So this is going to be the future where we need to integrate with technology. And what will this? How can this happen? How can we really meet this, high rapid demand that is only with progressive adapting to whatever is happening? We really need to adapt to change. Each thing we had decided so much, but I'm just going to give this last slide, and I sum it all in saying that, initially we thought just intelligent quotient would be enough, and then we thought you needed a soft skill set, you need empathy, you needed more about personality development. So you had an EQ, which is an emotional quotient, then you did a social quotient, a community-based model, a social networking, and now we come to it that adaptability quotient is what will rule. So for me, a synergy of these four is what will work the best for all of us. And I'm sure tourism, other industries are also adapting, but for tourism, because we have the human factor, which is the main, our human resource is our main selling point. It's also our mainstay. So when that is there, where synergy of all these 5-6 factors is what would really create a resurgence of tourism ahead, which I think is already being seen. I'd like to leave the presentation and come to the main screen. Yeah. So I would advise students here. We've had a lot of students who come from the department to us for internships. And believe me, you're a very, very smart, very smart children. But I really think, as Dr. Arunmani said, each one of you has to focus. This attitude of anything like chalta hai doesn't work. You need to become excellence in yourself. Excellence. You may be a social media manager, be the best of it. You may be a tour executive, be the best of it, because only it's excellence which will be the best performers, because there's going to be a surge of talent. And there's going to be like 100 children, sorry for saying this, but there are going to be 100 children in one batch. How will you be the best in that 100? How will you be this? It's not about competitiveness. It's about being the best performer. It's about getting the best in your industry ahead. And also, everybody doesn't have, one of my colleagues had said, don't be job seekers. Be entrepreneurs. Today, all of us can be entrepreneurs. There are so much. There are mentors there. There are people, there are incubation hubs. There are innovation hubs. There are campuses which provide you these facilities, and everybody who's doing a tourism course, you don't have to think. You only have to go and hunt for a tourism job. You have to come and hunt for a travel agent who will recruit you. No, there are so much. You can be an influencer. You can be a curator of programs. Create experiences. For me, it is about creating experiences, because that is what the future of tourism anywhere is. I could go to Eiffel Tower, I could go to Paris and see the Eiffel Tower, but I can see it better, closer, and more better on my screen. I would like to go for the experience to dine in the best, fine dining restaurant near the Eiffel Tower, or I'd like to go to a place where I know something is the best. You go there for an experience. It's about creating experiences. So my dear friends, I look forward to each one of you, each one of us with our own skill set, and Synergy has a way in which we can present. Each one has a different perspective. For me, Pondicherry may be something. For somebody, Delhi might be something. For a politician, Delhi may be a power center. For a history background, it may be the center of history. For somebody else, it will be a food gully. So, curate your own programs. Each city, each destination has numerous perspectives. The choice is yours. It's about curating and selling it. Selling it is just the future. So, my friends, I have one more short thing, and then we'll just wind up. This last video is about, I want you to see Pondicherry. We are not showing any monuments. We are not showing you any building. We are only showing you experiences which are happening. A short 1-minute video, and then I just speak a few minutes and I leave you off. Thank you.
मेरी गल्लाए होगी मशहूर, करना कभी तू मुझे नजरों से दूर। किथे चलिए तू, किथे चलिए तू, किथे चलिए। जानदा है दिल ये तो जान दिया तू, तेरे बिना मैं न रहूं मेरे बिना तू। किथे चलिए तू, किथे चलिए तू, किथे चलिए। काटू कैसे राता हो सावरे, जिया नहीं जाता सुन बाबरे। के रात लंबे रे, कटे तेरे संगे आ रे। के रात लंबे रे, कटे।
Madam Asha, that was a wonderful clip.
Can I speak for just 2 minutes? Yeah? Yeah, thank you. I know, when we made this clip, I had a younger colleague of mine helping me, and they put some very, very serious music in the background. And I said, no, I want Pondicherry, and I want the students to listen to some music which is popular. Give me something from the reels so that people listen to it. And it can be about falling in love with a person, it can be falling in love with the place. And I hope all of us are able to make people fall in love with our destinations and with all our programs. I look forward to such panels, and thank you so much, Dr. Paramita, for enabling this wonderful program. I had a question which says, which are the broad stroke travel trends which you see? Well, as I said, it's going to be about creating experiences. You create the experiences anywhere, in Manali, in Himachal, in Dharamshala, in the Northeast, in Kerala, wherever. You'll be there. God's own country, which was promoting their space, today is promoting caravan tourism, because they also realize, how long will you just go on showing the same rivers, same backwaters? They have moved on from backwaters. They now have come to caravan tourism. They, in the middle, went to calling it the spice country. So we need to keep reinventing ourselves, reinvent the destination, and reinvent whatever we are doing. Excellence, and lots of good luck to everybody here. Thank you. Namaste.
Madam Asha, thank you so very much. It was quite interesting. Some of the things you said was completely new for me, and yes, I agree with you. Our education is not complete unless and until we learn to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And as one of the panelists have said earlier, we teachers have to study for 5 hours to speak for 30 minutes. And especially in today's age of Google Baba, we have to upskill ourselves regularly. Otherwise, the students open the Google and say, ma'am, this is not what Google Baba says. So, yes, I understand and agree with it. And now I come to Mr. Naresh Mehta. We will discuss all the points once Mr. Mehta speaks to us. Mr. Mehta, you are from Pondicherry. The students are so familiar with you. That was how you were introduced to us. So I understand that they hold you in a special place, and your words mean a lot to them. So, do you agree with what is being said, that our tourism is going to come back in a big way? Though I do not like the word revenge tourism, it has got a negative connotation for somebody like me. The fact that Pondicherry is promoting itself in an experiential and participatory way, so the people go back with an experience, but especially considering that this is a time of hygiene and mask, how good or how successful will we be in experiential tourism? I certainly look forward to hear your thoughts, and also do answer this student. What do you think will be some broad stroke travel trends?
Sure,
I look
sure.
forward to hearing you.
Namaste, Chairperson. Namaste, and very good afternoon to each and everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right. It is a great pleasure to listen to each and everyone. And the presentation slides prepared by Devika ji, Asha ji, and all, really wonderful, really wonderful. And I wish to thank each and everyone, starting from Ajane Swami ji, Dean Mr. Chandra Rao sir, and Venkat Rao sir, Anu Chandran sir, Dr. CB madam, Sherry madam, and Sambat Kumar Swain ji, and all DTS students present and past. Really, it's a wonderful experience, wonderful experience. You should live to experience this. Thank God I'm living at this time, It's really a wonderful thing. We miss the SOM auditorium, but then it is something wonderful. It's wonderful. Well, I come straight away to the subject. Reconnect, reboot, reset, and re-energize. And they forgot one very important aspect, restructure. restructure is the watchword. You know, everything we have to take it from the broken bridge. After this COVID, after this 2 years, we died. We died, but we are alive. We died, though we are alive. We'll construct ourselves from the broken bridges. 75% we take from them, and new add 25%. We build the bridge again. Definitely, we are going to rock. It's not that we're not going to keep idle and keep on worrying. Once I had to talk with Asha ji, and she said, yes, it has happened. So what? COVID has happened. It's okay. Come, let's come out of that. And Department of Tourism, Priyadashini Madam, and people down over there, especially the manager, Mr. Chidambaram, they envisaged and they had a team of 30 to 40 guides with the national permit tour guides, and we all trained them. Asha ji also trained them. And then after that training, we didn't leave, actually. Asha ji has taken exemplary efforts, put them back on the trail. Somebody will be needing a Hindi speaking guide, somebody will be needing a trail, a storytelling guide, and she will just plug in. You go there, you attend them, take care of these people. That way, keeping them busy, you know. Keeping them busy is something very nice at this dire situation. And that is what is happening. And she has rubbed shoulders with the intellectuals. That's what she's sharing, you know. She's sharing the intellectuality. I really wish the whole department all the best. And the students are in good hands. I don't want to lecture much to the students because they love me. I don't want them to hate me. If you start lecturing, they'll put me in the backlist. Only thing is then, we people, industry people are like a buffet, dinner table buffet, you know. There'll be a lot of dishes. Chicken pulao, chicken this thing and that, and each and every dish will be very well decorated, very well tasty and all. Even then, there'll be a toothpick. The toothpick will also be put aside in a small capsule or sort of thing. That is also useful. Either you be the chicken biryani or chicken tandoor, pulao, whatever it is, or else you be a toothpick. Very useful it is, very useful. At times, it will be really useful. Don't think that I'm only a toothpick. No, not that way, not that way. Once you prove your substance, you are there. You are there, you achieve something. And as Mr. Subhash Goyal has said, the chairman of State Travel, about enthusiasm and learning an additional language is a must, which I really support very well, you know. Additional language is very, very, very important. Either any European language, apart from whatever the language people are doing, I wish that each and every student of DTS take an additional language. It's going to be very, very helpful, very helpful. Those who have a local language, they can share their language. Those are coming from Assam, Nagaland, and they can share their language, like Bengali and Rajasthani and all. They can just share with each other. So I don't want them to be a poet in that particular language. At least like wishing a Kamagani, Gani Kama. That's more than enough. That's more than enough. If you understand a little bit of the language, is what? Like in Pondicherry, they adore French. They adore French, and most of the people are also taking as language as French. And it is an added advantage. The more you sharpen, the more you'll be precise. The more you're precise, the more skillful. The more you're skillful, your coffers will be increasing and increasing. Thank you very much, the whole entire team. That's all. I request each and everyone to answer the students' questions also. I'm also putting in some efforts. Thank you very much once again. Have a wonderful day. We have a good, very good future to the entire team. Students, rock, keep rocking. Thank you very much. Namaste each and everyone. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Mr. Mehta, thank you so very much for sharing your thoughts. And I'm sure the students still love you as much as they did before you started speaking. Now that we have had a chance to hear all of our panelists give their thoughts, maybe we can just go back. I know. My sincere apologies to all the students who have been here since 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm taking away your lunch hour. Just give me 5 minutes and I will just wrap it up. 5 minutes, that's it. So now that you have heard everybody speak, Mr. Arulmani, may I come back to you and just ask you about the policies that Asha Madam was talking to us about, how we have moved from emotional and social equation now to the social quotient now to adaptability. that is the mainstay. We should talk about participatory and experiential tourism, and where your homestay is a very important part of it. What do you say to Ms. Devika, who says that tourism is going to come back in a big way and we are going to reach 1 trillion economy in next 5 years, I believe, right? So, Mr. Arulmani, may I just have your thoughts on what the other speakers just said?
I would endorse what Ms. Asha Gupta said 100%. And no bigger example than saying that here you are, you had Taj Group hotels go into homestays. Never thought that a 5-star hotel would ever deliver food for you at home. And yet IHCL did it. It created Cumin. The spelling for that is QMIN. That's for the benefit of all the students. Go ahead, find out. There's an app and you will discover for yourself the Taj reaches you at home. All right. So I think she just summed it up in 2 simple syllables by saying AQ, and we had to do a lot of work to make it a reality. So I would endorse that 100%. All right. And on the very energetic presentation of Ms. Devika Jeet, I think she exuded energy from the start till the end. And we will have a hard time coping up. I mean, we old timers are a little bit, slow on that end. So we'll have to acknowledge what she had to do. I think I did use the word energy somewhere in my presentation. I'm sorry, my talk. And that's what it's all going to be, right through and through. And it polished up to Mr. Naresh Mehta's energy as well. He seems to be on a slightly informal setting behind him while he's talking to us. But you could see the energy that had actually flowed through that small video of his, and got us completely energized in the bargain. One simple point, yes, those were very, very important and interesting details that came to us from Ms. Devika Jeet. And she also did warn us that cybercrime is going to be one huge concern for all of us. So yes, the younger generation is a lot more digital savvy and a lot more confident over the electronic media that people deal with. I would say, yes, continue to maintain discretion and be careful. Now that social media is in the hands and every practical person has got access to it, my generation had a problem seeking information. The next generation is going to have a problem filtering information. All right. So hopefully the tools are available for us to be able to filter that and get what is most important and required for us. But thank you so very much for both those questions. Very, very important. And I endorse both of them 100%.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Joseph, you spoke first. You just didn't get a chance to ask any one of them about their views. So what would your take would be from this exchange of thoughts that we had? Unfortunately, it does not give us ample chance to have a complete, proper panel discussion. But what would be your thoughts on what we have discussed so far? Sorry.
Well, it was really interesting. Actually, I'm a retired person, so I thought I can grab a lot from this thing, this Akanksha. So I stay from 10 o'clock till this time just to get some new things from you all. So it was really interesting and wonderful. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. And Devika, I have a question which I always think of. Like I said, I do not like the term revenge tourism, very conservative and traditional in all that way. So we speak of cybercrime, we speak of what technology has taken up and how things have changed in 2022 because of COVID 20 till 22. We have covered 10 years journey in 2 years. But is it possible that we are actually, even if my students are upskilling themselves, multi-skilling themselves, they're losing out their jobs to technology? Is AI taking over their jobs?
I personally don't think so, because honestly, technology will never eat up jobs. There will always be requirements for the human touch when it comes to travel as well. While technology will help enhance the experience, technology can't provide the experience. So absolutely not. I've also seen a shift towards traditional travel agents from OTAs in the last 2 years during the pandemic. People who used to believe in only booking online now want a travel agent and want to call somebody and say, please book this for me. So, I mean, we've seen that change come into the sector in India. So, having said that, I don't think technology is eating up anybody's job. So, again, don't fear technology. Accept it, adapt with it, but the human touch can never go away.
Embrace the technological changes.
Yes.
Adapt.
Absolutely.
So, any other thoughts, Devika?
It was a very interesting, very nice learning session. Thank you all. I was delighted to learn about everything that the Taj Group is doing, and it's really nice to see that the students have such great teachers and professors who come with so much knowledge. So the next generation of travel professionals are going to be so much ahead of what we were. So thank you all again. Thank you for putting together such an interesting panel.
Mr. Mehta, just 1 minute with you, and then I'll get back to Madam Asha. Mr. Mehta, Devika tells me human touch will never go away, especially since in the past 2 years, people are coming back to travel agents. But I feel people are coming back to travel agents because for past 2 years, they did not get to talk to anybody outside their people at home. So what do you say? We should adapt technology till what extent? And
I will just give a very small example to emphasize her point. Travel never dies. Today, I just dressed myself for attending this meeting. This is a virtual meeting. I knew that, but it's due to practice. You apply a perfume, and my wife started laughing. It's a virtual meeting. You're applying perfume. It's a habit. Like applying a perfume is a habit. Likewise, going out of your home is also a die-hard habit. Encash on that. I'm again using myself an example. We plan to go to Delhi. My friend, he said that don't go to Delhi now. It's humid, hot. Then immediately plan B. Said we'll go to Kodaikanal. And Kodaikanal again is a heavy rain and this and that. Then again plan C, we'll go to close by area, Aircard, which is in the Salem district. You know what? My family, they clubbed all together. We are visiting Aircard, we are visiting Kodaikanal, and we are going to the Delhi. All confirmed. You know why? Travel agents, travel plans, that habit of traveling, getting out of the home is more vital, necessary after these 2 years. They want to get out. They want to see places. They want to feel the fresh air. That is it. Let us all join together and cash this. Let's all together enjoy this opportunity. Let us not waste it. It is a habit. It will never die. Tourism, travel tourism is a age-old concept. Let us all encash about it. We'll plan accordingly, and likewise, we should also emphasize our students to have their own idea, own business. Let it be a very small startup, but they should put their whole heart in it, 101% to it. I have come across our GTS Pondicherry students. They are started up their own startup business and they're flourishing. And we are supporting them in and out. We are supporting them in and out because they are totally reliable. In this trade, if you are reliable, you'll succeed. Not immediately, but definitely you'll succeed. Definitely you'll succeed. So even our resource persons cross country down, even outside country, we'll have to support each other. That support is very vital at this dire situation. I wish that each and everyone understand this point. And after all, as a senior person, we should take care of the youngsters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Madam Asha, I loved your clips. You may not be knowing it, but I was in Pondicherry. I stayed there in Pondicherry. I worked in Pondicherry, and those were beautifully shot clips, especially the clipping you showed in the very beginning with the theme Yellow of Pondicherry. I see that you have put a lot of effort in communication, which was something each of the resource persons spoke of. Communication and meeting the public, the tourist, and giving them the confidence to come back. I just have one question for you. Does PTDC endorse social influencers? Because I know many hotels have social influencers. They pay social influencers. You spoke about students becoming entrepreneurs. You said you can become social influencer. But is PTDC supporting social influencers, paying them?
We are endorsing, we do endorse social influencers. It might be by goodwill, not necessarily on payment. But yes, even if it were to be a professional, and if there's a fee to a professional, I don't think there is anything ethically wrong in it. Because as I said, it's going to be selling of experiences. And who would sell it better than a social influencer who says that he or she has gone through the process of experiencing and then selling it? Yes, whether there should be a fee attached to it or it's being done just as a social influencer, I think as a professional and thinking of tourism as an industry, adding a commercial to it is right for the corporation to sell the destination. It's right for the individual to charge us a fee for it.
I'm so very happy to hear you say that. I'm sure there are many students here in this audience who would act as fantastic social influencers for Pondicherry. And today in social media, the social influencers do get paid, as it is a paid form of advertisement, right?
True.
So I hope many of the students who have the skill set for it, they do take it up as a profession.
Welcome to Pondi Tourism.
So we really went through a lot today. We had a lot of discussions. I had a fantastic panelist to listen to, learn from, and I thank Pondicherry University, all the members of the tourism department, especially Dr. Sibi. I am so thankful that she is a good friend who actually brought me in today. I learned so much, and I go back with the knowledge that tourism is going to reboot. It's going to come back. We are in the process of regeneration. Domestic tourism has already started. We are waiting with fingers crossed for the winter session of inbound tourism to start. I especially take with me for the fact that if Taj can become a luxury homestay, then there is a scope for adaptability in every sphere of our life. We should all go for upskilling, multi-skilling. The people who could adapt and invest in their skilling, they survived. And goodwill can be earned only when you sacrifice something for the frontline people, which I'm not doing right now for the students. I'm so very grateful to the students who have stayed back, heard all of us, and has been supportive all through. Pranati is waiting for the last 5 minutes with the camera on. That please, ma'am, keep the camera down. Thank you so very much, Pranati and Jaya, for handling it. Dr. Sherry, I cannot see her, but thank you so very much. Thanks all of you for this lovely session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank all the resource persons for enlightening us with your words. And thank you for your insight and guidance about reconnect, reboot, reset, and re-energize the tourism sector. And we appreciate your guidance on this. I request Jijo, Deputy Student Coordinator, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jijo George from first year MBA Tourism and Travel Management. It has been such an honor to express my vote of thanks for this wonderful discussion session. On behalf of the Department of Tourism Studies and the entire fraternity of the Tourism Studies, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests and delegates. First, I would like to thank our chairperson, Paramita Shuklabdya, Director of School of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and being a part of this event. Next, I would like to thank the resource person, Mr. Arul Mani, Corporate Director of Learning and Development in Indian Hotel Company Limited, Taj Hotels, Bengaluru, and Ms. Devika Jeet, Director of DDP Publications, New Delhi. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for your presence and making this discussion a big success. Following that, I want to express my gratitude to Mr. Monsi Joseph, retired Regional Manager of State Tourism Development Corporation, Madhya Pradesh, Thank you for your presence and participation. Your contributions are very big for making this discussion a huge success. Next, I would like to thank Mrs. Asha Gupta, Senior Manager of PTDC, Puducherry, and Mr. Naresh Mehta, Director and Proprietor of Mehta Tours and Travels, Puducherry. Sincerely, I thank you both for your participation and ensuring the success of this discussion. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now, a wide round of applause and thanks to all the participants who made this discussion a memorable one. Finally, I would like to thank all of you present here for making the time to be with us today and helping us to have this event a grand success. Once again, thank you one and all. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you very much. Full team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making this wonderful and so meaningful. Thanks to each one of you.
Thank you, Jiju. Now, since panel 1 got delayed, we shall take a 10-minute break and start the next panel at 2 o'clock. I request all of you to join back using the same link at 2.
Pranati,
we are joining at 2:15, okay?
Okay. We'll join at 2:15.
Students will join ahead.
It is already 2 o'clock. I think we will continue the session. We will not leave because I know some resource person may be joining. I know those who are promised to join at 2 o'clock. The session will continue and we'll take a break for lunch and we'll join back. So once again, I thank all the resource person who made the session very, very informative for all of us, especially Professor Paramida, who has moderated so wonderfully, and all the resource person for this wonderful learning session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bon appetit to all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to each one of you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Shan from Vacationer.
Hello, Ballu. Hello.
Good afternoon. Vijo, please see that all the resource persons are ready. I think Jitendra sir has not joined it. Welcome, Sandosh sir. We are happy to see you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it is our afternoon session.
Yes,
So
yes,
morning we had inauguration and one panel discussion. Actually, we extended it to 2 o'clock. So we took a break, 10 minutes break. We'll start.
Good afternoon, Sherry Madam too.
Yes, she's also here. So afternoon, actually, we have one panel discussion continued by alumni.
Good afternoon, Santosh sir. Good afternoon, Priyadarshini, Stefia.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, Priyadarshini. Happy to see you.
Good afternoon, CV ma'am, and good afternoon, Seri ma'am.
Yes.
Praveen, which batch?
Praveen.
You have made so many Praveens here, no?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I am 1517.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm current batch,
Nice
ma'am.
meeting you.
2020 batch, ma'am.
Who is Shanma? Who has joined with the name Shanma?
Shan Ma is me, 94, 96.
Okay,
Shan. Okay, good to see you, Shan.
Both
Before
batch.
97.
So you please switch on your camera. At least
we can see you and recognize you, no? That's
One
nice.
second.
Vivek Rai is there. Good
In fact,
afternoon.
I'm in Delhi actually. We attended a Saturday. Today I'm getting back to my hometown. So I'm at the car. I'm just rounding in Connaught Place and attending this conference.
Okay, good.
Anyway, thank you so much for logging in. We were able to see you.
That's
it's a
advantage.
Stay back
pleasure.
till the end, please.
That's
Not
advantage of virtual
any of
session.
the world, our team, our professors are there. Dr. Anjaneya Swami or somebody is still there.
So,
Santosh sir will join.
Anjaneya Swami sir retired 2 years
Retired.
before. Yeah.
Okay.
Sambas sir is still there. Sambas sir is there. Professor Rao is there. Anu sir is there.
We do not know any of them. The last person to leave is Dr. Anjaneya Swami.
Actually, sir is in US with his children. That's why he could not join. And he actually promised me that he'll be joining in between whenever he gets time from there. He also is excited to see his students joining for alumni meet.
Actually, I have one suggestion. So what we should do, you should make an alumni meet. There are two things you can look at it. One is inviting the alumni to the campus is one. Okay, the entire alumni can come, so then we'll also understand, because when we were there, it was MTA, now it is MBA Tourism. When it was CTS, has become DTS, Department of Tourism Studies, correct?
Correct.
It was Center for Tourism Studies, and it is now Department of Tourism Studies. I mean, that department can grow, that's not a problem, but alumni are alumni. And it is important. I think this year I would want to congratulate the current batch of students. They've actually taken good initiative. They've been behind us to attend, Otherwise, it generally skips on an online virtual meet. It is difficult, we skip. But now, till the last minute, the students, a couple of them are literally behind us. So we are able to come in. That's one good thing. Try to get the contacts, and the alumni in the campus will make a lot of big difference actually. That is something which DTS has to do now. This is my small input, and I wish you all the very best, and let's be in touch. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, we have a plan to have an exclusive alumni meet. It may have this year itself, and already we have a good number of alumni details with us, and we'll start updating it soon. Because last few years they have changed the profile and contact numbers, and our students are really trying to update it completely. We'll do that, and we'll be connected to all of you.
Definitely, we would love to come back to Pondicherry.
May I know you are from which batch?
I'm from. I have running my own travel tour company and a commissioner. I'm based out of Bangalore.
Okay. Nice,
You're from which batch? 95, 97, is it?
94, 96.
94, 96. Okay, that's nice. That's
94. Yeah.
So senior to many of the faculty here.
Jitendra sir, welcome.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. Anyway, continue. We'll connect again. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And students, actually, you can share our mail ID, alumni mail ID here in the chat box, so that alumni members, those who join, they can share the updated mobile number or email ID, and even they can share their friends' details also with us.
Or maybe you can send the HOD email ID in case they want to get connected. Also, these people can get connected. So
sure. I will message HOD's email ID here, so that all the alumni details can be sent to that, and we will update the list. Welcome, Professor Jitendra Mohan Mishra, the chairperson of this session.
Yes, Professor Jitendra Mohan Mishra. Vanakkam. Ravindra Arora is also there. Welcome.
Welcome, Arora.
Ravindra.
Thank you, ma'am. How are you?
Yeah, welcome. You have helped us in getting connected to so many people. You passed on the message too. ये टॉपिक क्यों डाला है?
Arora ji, vanakkam.
I was just searching myself where I am in the pics.
You're there. We can see you with the topi.
You are there. You are there with cap.
That's nice.
So, ma'am, all the panelists are there?
Sarvanan, I need to check whether he's there. Sarvanan is at the join.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Avinash, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I'm in the class right now.
You're in the class. Introduce us to your class students.
Welcome, Avinash. You are attending class or you are taking class?
No, I'm taking class, a PhD scholarship.
Okay. Good. That's nice. Siddharth also is there to come. Maybe I can call him and to check.
Okay, ma'am.
Siddharth is supposed to come. Saravanan and
yes, Avinash, you finish your class and we'll be here. You can join after the class. Don't.
Mr. Ranjit also has not joined. I'll just give them a call now, okay?
Ma'am, this alumni interaction will start by 4:30, it seems.
No, sir, immediately after. By 3:30 itself, we can start, sir. 3:30 itself.
It is mentioned here, 4:30 in collateral, that PDF file. PDF file what you have shared, it is mentioned 4:30, it seems.
Actually, this afternoon session is completely for alumni. So all the panelists are our alumni members.
Okay.
Yes, our interaction in fact starts from here onwards.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So from now onwards, we will leave the panel to the chairperson. I am sure that you will take care of everything. Alumni interaction, alumni session, everything.
You leave the department also to me. I'll take care.
No. we were always, happy to have you here. You only decided to leave us. And door is open to you always.
Yes.
Anytime you can come back. I will ask you, why did you have a different choice?
But when someone wishes to come back, so that compensates all his past sin. Sin. I'm cured of all my earlier sins, and I'm willing to join back now.
That's the reason. That's the reason God decided to send you to some holy place for some time, so that the department will be, free of all the sins. Okay.
Excuse me, sorry to cut in.
Yes, Naresh sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Naresh Mehta here.
Yes. Pleasure to see you. Pleasure to meet you again.
Wonderful opportunity. Feeling so happy to see each and every one.
Correct.
Reuniting with my old family members.
True.
Sir is there with us from morning.
We'll be in touch with you soon. All the best.
Welcome, Vivek Rai. Sir, you can also know your students are there. Videndra sir.
Sure, I don't know to disturb the.
Welcome, Shanti Mary.
I'll just be a spectator and I'll join in whenever required.
Sure. Most welcome.
I'll definitely join. Don't worry.
So welcome Shanti Mary. Welcome Vivek Rai. Yes, Shanti, how are you?
Saravanan will be joining now. Siddharth also will be joining. Okay. Mr. Vinu Robert says he will join by around maybe sometime later. And Ranjit says he has difficulty with network. So I think we can start off, let the others join. Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, Shanti.
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Shanti, you are also in your office?
I just came from my college. I'm at home now, yeah.
Saturday is also working for you.
Yeah.
I am always in my university.
You are?
I am always in my university.
You mean to say that you are in your apartment quarters?
Yes.
No, he is always in the university, hardly working. 24/7, hardly working.
That is the main reason you have not, you have decided not to join here.
Oh my God.
You wanted to enjoy this freedom.
Yes, now we know the reason. In the forest, no?
Yes.
So he'll be always in the campus. He'll be always in the campus.
I'm always in the campus.
Also there in the campus, right?
And working on duty.
Sir, I think we can start now. The comparing team can start. Afifa.
Sir, very good afternoon, sir. Saravanan here. Good afternoon, madam.
Welcome, Saravanan.
Good afternoon, Saravanan. Welcome.
So happy to have you.
Sorry for the delay. I had some network issue in my laptop, but I was forced to connect through my mobile phone.
No worries. We know that you are a very busy person in the university.
Oh.
He is now DR square Saravanan.
DR
plus
DR.
That's sir.
Glad to have you here.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So, shall we start? Afifa, are you there?
Of course.
Yes, Afifa, you may start. Mr. Vinu and Mr. Ranjit may join later. Okay, so as of now, we have Dr. Saravanan, Ms. Priyadarshini, Ms. Defia, And our chairperson, Professor Jitendra Mohan Mishra is here. Okay. Mr. Siddharth Shankar also will join soon.
Why you are asking Allah?
I think some mic is on. Others, please mute your mic.
Praveen Kumar, your mic is on. You can mute yourself.
Okay. A very warm afternoon and a hearty welcome to all gathered here on screens. We are truly honored to have all our guests and are extremely happy to welcome you. Before opening this part of the program, I kindly request all of you to switch off your microphones. After a knowledgeable session on the theme, Reconnect, Reboot, Reset, Re-energizing the tourist sector by our dignitaries, we are heading to our virtual panel, Session 2. Myself, Afifa Firoz Ahmad, first year MBA Tourism and Travel Management student, along with me, Subuh PM, my fellow classmate of Pondicherry University, welcome you all to Session 2. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all for panel Session 2 of the workshop on the theme Tourism 2022 and Beyond. Tourism has undergone a major transformation over the past 2 years since the post-pandemic era began. While the world tourism industry continued to rebuild after the second wave, more people are looking forward to traveling in 2022, and slowly we are getting back on track. Now, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome the chairperson of the session, Professor Jitendra Mohan Mishra, Professor at Department of Tourism Management at Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak in Madhya Pradesh. He also was an HOD at the Department of Tourism Management at IGNTU in Amarkantak, and he was also an assistant professor at Department of Tourism Studies at Pondicherry University from the year 2006 to 2016. And he has several publications by his own, and some of the recent ones are Organizing Tourism Destination Promotion through Facebook by Destination Marketing Organization of India in 2021 and Destination Marketing and Management Organization in India in 2020. With all due respect, I extend to you a warm welcome to Agamsha 2020. It's now my great pleasure and honor to introduce the renowned experts. First of all, I'd like to introduce Mr. Vinu Robert, founder of Robert Foundation, entrepreneur, consultant, and professional with 20 years experience in education, tourism, and allied industries. A passionate product and marketing professional who can handle several professional roles as a leader, door, and a catalyst. He is one who likes to create new and innovative products that disrupt markets, build enterprise value, and bring happiness to teams and customers alike by chasing customer delight while maintaining focus on revenue and profitability. Talking on his career, he is a business consultant at EVEX Technologies Bangalore, founder and chief host at Flexi Holidays, founder of Kerala Holidays, and vice president of Calypso Ecology. With all respect, I welcome you, sir, to Agamsha 2022. On the second finger, we have Mr. Ranjit Nair, Assistant Vice President in Broadcast Audience Research Council, Chennai. On the first hand, he had won Club Mahindra Best Performance Award for the year 1999-2000. He had served his astonishing part in major companies including Uninor, Reliance Communications, Vodafone SR South, Bharati Airtel Limited, Club Mahindra, and Inscorp. Sir, we are elated to have you here, and I welcome you to Agamsha 2020. To hand over the mic to you.
Now we have one of the tourism researcher from Chennai, Ms. Priyadarshini Paramasiva, who is currently a project associate at Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management. She recently worked as Destination Management Consultant at Tamil Nadu Tourism Development Corporation, also Skilled Assistant at Tamil Nadu Development Corporation, was a project associate in Incredible India Tourist Facilitator Certification Program, Research Executive at Tourism and Transport Infrastructure Development Corporation, Women Entrepreneurship Through Women, a case of social entrepreneurship initiative of V. Madurai, is a publication by her. She has an exploratory research on the avenue of niche tourism in Tamil Nadu, with special reference to Ooty, Kodaikanal, Madurai, Chennai, Rameshwaram, and Kanyakumari. A project on study on demographic profile and motivation factors of adventure tourists in India. Ma'am, we are glad to have you here. I warmly welcome you to Aganksha 2022. Next, I would like to introduce Mrs. Stefia Stephen, who is now an engagement manager of business development and market entry at T&A Consulting. Has diploma in travel hospitality and aviation management. She was a student volunteer at Srishti Foundation Social Services, had won Best Client Servicing from T&A Consulting in 2019. She has licenses and certification from TBO Academy for Singapore Leisure Travel, Cruising from Singapore, Singapore as a MICE destination, and Introduction to Singapore. With all respect, I welcome you, ma'am, to Aganksha 2022. It's now my great pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. A. Saravanan, who is a tourism professor turned academic administrator. He is now Deputy Registrar at Pondicherry University, has experiences as an assistant professor at Ooty Government Arts College and Coimbatore Government Arts College, also an HOD. With great privilege, I welcome you, sir, to Aganksha 2022. And now we have the branch manager of ICICI Prudential Life Insurance Company, Mr. Siddharth Sanger. He worked as sales executive at Gaurav Travels, as an intern at Thomas Cook, executive sales at Make My Trip, team leader at Cox and Kings, assistant manager at Yatra Online, manager B2B and channel sales at Ria Travels and Tours, and now as the ICICI branch manager. He has won several awards, including Rising Star Award issued by CEO Deep Kaldra twice, Delight Store Award issued by Head Franchisee, and Star Performer Award issued by Nalin Buraria. Sir, we are glad to have you here. I welcome you to Aganksha 2022. Now, I hand over to the chairperson of the session, Professor Jitendra Mohan Misra, to moderate this session. I kindly request all the participants to mute their mic, and those who have any doubts, kindly type them on the chat.
So thank you very much, the student coordinator, most respected head of the department, Dr. CV, esteemed colleagues in the department, starting from, let me take the reverse order, Dr. Sherry Abraham, Dr. Anu Chandran, Professor Sampath Kumar Swai, and Professor Y. Venkat Rao. I'm overwhelmed, in fact, to be back to DTS and to see so many known faces, to see people whom I like, love, and I have spent my very quality time with all of them. Fellow panelists, I have some known faces again here, Dr. Saravanan, Mr. Binu Robert, probably he will be joining us very soon, Mr. Siddharth Sonkar, Mr. Ranjit Nair, Ms. Priyadarshini P. Happy to see you and know you that you have joined IITTM as project associate. Mr. Dipesh Singh, I think he will be joining us soon, and Mrs. Stefia Stephen. I think many of them were student coordinators of Akanksha at their time. So now they are on the other side of the table. Welcome all of you, friends. And the time is now all ours. We can forget officials of DTS for some time, and we can hijack the time from them. Use it the way that we want. Okay. Right. So to set the tone, we have also some responsibility. I consider, friends, the department is not the building. Department is not the classroom. Department is not the table and bench. Department is not the university. Department is the faculty, department is the student, department is the alumni, and most important amongst all of them is department is the bondage between all of them that help them, that kindle them, and that motivate them to grow to a better person every day. If the department is able to do it continuously, then the department creates a history. Departments becomes a benchmark for many other university departments or institutions to emulate. This is, in fact, the unique thing that we have with the DTS Pondicherry University, where the connect between all of us, the teachers, the student, the alumni, is so unique. You see the strength today. Now what I see is 75. This shows how the alumni is connected and how alumni feel pride to be associated with DTS Pondicherry University. This is, my friends, the department, and this is, my dear teachers, is what we need to kindle, what we need to handhold to take the department to a better height. This is an occasion, and I am thankful to the department to connect me and to share some of my good feelings with all of you and see each other on this virtual platform, right? In fact, probably when we come back to an offline mode, still it's a gut feeling that if we have an online connectiveness, connect with people from outside, that would be a great idea. Because not everyone would be able to come to the campus physically, but still they can witness the proceedings being present online. So that is how we can do it, and we can probably go ahead. This COVID has taught us at least this thing to connect with each other on this mode. So as alumni meet and alumni interaction here, what I feel is how all of us, the teacher, the alumni, and everyone who's connected with the department, how we can contribute to strengthen this relationship. Okay, so this is the responsibility on all of us, how we can connect to the department, how we can connect with other students and alumni across, and how we can develop and strengthen this bondage amongst ourselves. All of us have something to benefit from this relationship. Whether it is the present student, they get to know about their seniors and get help in their placements. Teachers have the responsibility of showing the path to the existing students and also to the alumni. And alumni, though, have the responsibility to contribute to their alma mater, but at the same time, they also have something to benefit, because you also as an employer require a quality manpower for your organization to flourish. You also require some sort of consultancy, guidance, and research output from the institution, and certainly your past alma mater would be of help when you connect back with them. So a relationship is, in fact, something which is very essence of tourism, and this relationship and networking is the key to our success, right? So having said that, we would listen from all the alumni, including me, of course, and we'll share our views, and we'll also keep in mind how we can contribute to DTS, how we can contribute to strengthening this relationship. So to begin with, I would invite the first person in the panel, Dr. Square. Anyone is saying something? Madam Sibi? Okay, so
Yes,
we
sir.
can go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Dr. Square Sarvanan, he is a doctor by qualification and doctor by employment. So I invite you, Deputy Registrar Dr. P. Sarvanan, A. Sarvanan, to start the session with your opinions and feelings. Sarvanan.
Good afternoon, my dear teachers. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity to connect back again to DTS. And I will be the
camera on. We want to see you.
ma'am. It is on. Is it not visible?
No, it's not. Now it's visible. Yeah. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Yeah. So, who would be in the world than me, who got a most privilege to give back to my own the place where exactly I've lectured myself, and I was given all the inputs, and in a very short form, I would say Saravanan as a DR here is just because of the DTS. I still remember the days where Swami sir given me an input on management style, and Venkat Rao sir given an input on healing the people while teaching a subject HRM, and then Jitendra Mohan sir talking about the geographies with the symbol, and then all these communication skills from Dr. Anuchandran sir. And then, of course, the most favorite subjects like airline airport management from CP Madam, and then the hospitality management from Dr. Netra Prakash sir. And of course, we did not have an opportunity to have an insights from Sherry Madam. And post the session, Madam was when we were when we go for this paper evaluation, other academic related work, that kind of relationship we had with Madam. And that's a bond relationship, and it never fed up. And I would say I'm a kind of a blessed person to straight away connect to the university again and give back to the university as well as to the department. Though presently I'm just given a task of taking care of the affiliated colleges. I hope in future I'll be given a task to deal straight away with the faculty members and other university stakeholders. And coming to the point, though I'm just out of this domain, tourism from last 10 or 11 months, and still I don't want to miss the bond and the love I had with the subject. Out of some readings and looking into some of the articles and other things, I would like to precisely touch upon 2 points. One is from the business point of view, and another one is from the customer point of view. The post-COVID scenario or after this pandemic period, one thing what I observed from the business point of view is like the mushroomed travel agencies. In the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, you would see at every street, at every corner, 10x2 room with some travel agency name, with some sort of packages, with no ethics, no business professionalism, and that much mushroomed travel agencies were there prior to 2020. And they in fact started operating the agencies without markup, without any break-even, in fact in loss also. And that has created a huge problem to the so-called professional travel agencies like the brands, the Thomas Cook, Cox and Kings. And I won't say it is a healthy competition. It is not at all a healthy competition. And that much the travel industry has gone to the worst category. And after pandemic, and we could straight away see the people those could be able to sustain in the pandemic only able to withstand at present. The so-called brands only could be able to overcome all those turmoils, and all these mushrooming travel agencies are gone away, vanished away. And that's a one thing I could see that comes out of this pandemic. And this is from the business point of view. When it comes to the customer centric or customer perception, now many of these sustained travel agencies started concentrating more on the niche products. now the tendency has changed, the market has changed, the people expectation has changed. It is not going to be a kind of FIT or GIT. It is going to be a kind of a special interest. It is going to be a kind of a niche product, and new product has started coming up. Of course, Jitendra sir must be giving more insights on that because sir has got a close connection with the subject and the new product development. And in that way, in the last 2 or 3 months, some of the travel agencies have started concentrating more on the sports tourism. In fact, I come to know from one travel agency which is purely running their own business by having the database of sports alone. So it is quite interesting that people started collecting that data. So now, of course, we know that today's business is all about data only. So they started collecting the data of sports event which happens or which is scheduled across the world for all 365 days in 2022 or 2023. Right. So their niche product is tourism, sports tourism, and they wanted to get exactly the tourists who want to visit those venues, those sports events, and that is where business is all about. So that's how it has been, taken to a special interest or taken to a kind of customer centric. And then last week also, I read a kind of article which actually comes about the Kashmir files, which actually comes out of the Kashmir files. That article precisely talks about how our own heritage and this spiritual connectivity can be converted into a tourism. Rich tourism product. It is not about the tourism product where pilgrimage goes, visits, spends times, and come back to their native place. So spiritual with the richness on that, spiritual with the kind of what I would say. It's not 1 or 2 days spiritual tourism. It is like spending yourself, connecting yourself towards the spiritual activities and indulging totally to that and getting a fullest experience on that and coming back, not spending all this leisure and other part of tourism things. It is all about fully dedicating yourself for the spiritual activities. So that's a kind of niche products are coming up. And to summarize, I would like to say people are started exploring a kind of special tourism packages exclusively to meet up their expectation or to based on the requirement. So it is a need of hour for all travel agencies and tourism stakeholders to think and identify to explore, research upon new tourism products, new packages, without adding all those flavors in one package. So if it is a special interest, it should be a special interest. So in that way, all the tourism students in the Department of Tourism Studies has to explore, and I wish all the MBA tourism students to take up a kind of interesting tourism projects during their final semester dissertation. Identify, explore a new tourism packages, and that would eventually it will strengthen academic tourism point of view, but still a kind of contribution to the travel agencies and tour operation companies. I would say that travel agencies and tour operation companies are not giving that much interest on researching about the tourism products. We have got a standard set of packages. We have got a well-established DMCs, well-established suppliers. So whatever they design or whatever they have, that is actually transferred to the travel agencies, and eventually that goes to the customer. So we wanted to have a kind of exploring tourism product, bring the lesser known tourism destinations which may have a huge potential to take it to the global arena, global market, especially the Indian tourism context. And the young buddies or young minds in the DTS have to travel across our own country. It is not that you need to travel across the world to bring a new product in the tourism. You should travel across our own country, and our country is one such which has got a vast resources, and I would say some 25% only explored, and that has become a tourism product. Still 75% hidden tourism packages or the products are there that you need to identify or you need to explore. That has to be brought to limelight, in a professional and sustainable manner. It's not that one destination can be explored overnight and that can be highlighted or promoted as a unique destination, right? So that has to be planned in a sustainable manner. So a kind of responsible tourism need to be initiated. All those things need to be taken into consideration when we develop or when we introduce a new tourism packages to tourism products to the users. Right. So with that note, one side the industry is started picking up, I would say, and we have got a global connectivity started up, and one side the travel agencies who have survived in the pandemic have started coming up well. Last 6-7 months, we could see a kind of upward trend in the outbound as well as inbound. Not in the inbound. Actually, in outbound you could see a kind of upward trend. And Government of India is also taking up India tourism across the globe to attract the foreign tourists and inbound tourists. And I would suggest our input is to.
Pari has not joined today, no?
Pari was their class
Yeah.
representative.
Pyari also is there.
Yes. This is same batch. Hey, still you can see me
Mugdha is
there.
Mugdha, she was there here.
Mugdha was also there.
Mugdha was here. She is there. Mugdha.
Dana Priyari Devi, Mugdha Munshi.
Mugdha, when she was there, she logged out.
So is it our eco tour to Wayanad?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. It is eco tour to Wayanad. Oh, what splendid memories.
You can see me also here.
Yes,
Yes, sir. We were fortunate to have you.
Yeah, Badigar is there, Badigar.
And
Nagaraj Badigar, yes.
Nagaraj Badigar.
Why the faces of
Stefia is there.
are hidden?
Stefia logged out, no?
Yes.
Stefia is here, yes.
She logged out.
Just want to ask why the faces of some people are scribbled with this thing.
That's for us
That
to
is
guess.
for you to guess, yes.
Who's there. For you to guess.
So that you can guess the face of your friends.
Okay.
This is something different. Is it Gotham whose face is hidden? Looks like Gotham.
So CV ma'am, is this the photograph of same batch?
Yes, so it is 2015 to 17, and I think that's Anurag on the top
Yes,
whose
yes,
face
yes.
is blurred.
Yes.
And it should be.
Shiva is also there, no?
Yes, Shiva sir is at the back, ma'am.
Yeah, I saw. He's there.
Yes.
He's wearing a black color.
Yes,
Don,
classic.
Don is there behind.
Yeah.
Yes.
Priyadarshini is there on the left with a blue bag. Is that you, Priya?
Yes.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am, that's me.
Do you still have that bag? So it's memory of your bag.
Yes, along with the bag, I think I have a bag full of memories, good things to remember.
Bag full of memory.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Where is he? Near next to you, one person is there, no, Priya. What was that boy's name? I forgot. He joined Kurgadol, no? He was doing, what is his name?
Fasil want to say something. Madam Fasil.
Janita?
What was his name?
Mark, ma'am.
Mark. Where is he now?
Mark is working with Amazon.
Amazon, oh, okay. Where based in?
Based out of Bangalore.
Bangalore, okay. That's nice.
So we will hear from Vijay Mohan. I could see Vijay Mohan in between. Vijay Mohan, are you
I
available?
don't think so. Mohan, are you from this batch?
No, he's not here anymore. Fasil Talekera wants to say something. Fasil, please go on.
Yes, sir. As a student of second year MBA Travel and Tourism, I am saying that we are very thankful to our alumni because the main reason behind the goodwill of our department is our alumni. They make our department very precious. So I'm saying that we are very thankful to our alumni.
And we ex-Fasil, you are going to become alumni members very soon in few days.
Ma'am, I'm expecting that I can also come next Agancha, like this alumni.
Yeah. Okay, so then I think we can move to other participant also. I could see many of them, Suneet, then Kumara Guru, John Paul, Danish, Adul Krishna, Agash Muralidharan. Agash, are here? Agash? Aishwarya also joined. I think she has joined from Singapore. Aishwarya.
Singapore tourism can be invited now.
Our entrepreneur, Naif is here. Naif. He was here. I don't know whether he's here now. Naif. Many of them left. When they saw the formal sessions, I thought, I think they have left.
Jitendra sir.
Yes, Sharazi.
Yes.
Sir, Chandan Kumar has
Hey, Chandan.
joined.
Chandan.
He just joined.
Where are you?
Switch on your camera, Chandan.
Ciao. ए डर गया भाग गया
क्यों डरा दिया उसको? Please come, Chandan. Okay.
I think he'll be in the office.
Where is he working now, Chandan?
He's working in Yatra, ma'am. Last week I only met him.
Okay.
Yatra Hyderabad?
No, sir, Delhi, Gurgaon.
Acha, okay.
Sir, I just want to take a moment.
Technical team, you can move. You can move to the next photo. So we'll have different other stories to tell.
I think all these photos are from our trip. Yeah, from the same batch.
Yes.
This is the same batch photograph.
Next.
So you can put the next photo.
This is also same.
No, this
Same again.
Same batch.
Yeah, same.
I think this is for a game. So faces are there.
This is a different batch.
Faces they have hidden. This may not be possible.
Very
All
senior
batch.
batch, I think.
Previous photo. Who are they? I think Mugdha. One is Mugdha.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
One is
And
Mugdha.
Rahul Rajkamal.
Naresh.
Janita, no? Janita.
Yes, ma'am. Janita Surya. There's Reshma.
Next is Steffi, no? What's her name?
Steffi, Jisha, Jishomi.
Andamans.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
She's working with
Jisha,
equations now.
Who is this?
Yes.
Who is this next to Mouser?
Yes, are coming on from our side.
Naresh. No, it's not Naresh.
This is Naresh.
Behind her, I think it's Naresh.
Yeah, next photo.
Since Rahul is in the photo, he will know.
राहुल सर के बगल में कौन है?
15-17 batch.
Cultural tour to Karnataka, but I could not find. I could not see anybody. Tanjavur.
Where is our chai?
Which batch it is? I don't remember. Can you go to the next one? Any other photographs from this batch?
Rajesh is there.
Rajesh Shiva.
Yeah, Rajesh and Shiva, yes.
Rajesh is there.
Samuel's batch.
Shiva.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am.
Vashini. Kumaraguru, your batch, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, your batch. Where are you, man? Yeah, I saw Kumaraguru.
Kumaraguru, how are you? Where are your friends? Why you didn't bring them?
I think everyone was busy. Nobody's here.
Okay. So can you tell something about
batch? You have some photos you can share with us.
Ma'am?
You have some photos of your batch Utpal, then you can share with us.
Yeah, sure.
One thing I remember about Utpal's final Viva was exam.
I also remember.
He entered the room. I was there, and Professor Biviraj Bhushan Parida from this West Bengal Bardhaman University. He was the external examiner. So Utpal comes in, and all of a sudden he has something in his hand and gives it to the examiner. So examiner said, "What is this? Is this an appointment order for me, and a remuneration bill, or a termination order?" Then external started asking some questions, and one question he asked was about what is demarketing. Utpal did not spend a single second waiting for it. He answered, demarketing means destination marketing. Now in destination, we have to do everything. We have to develop infrastructure. We have to develop so many stories. He started speaking for 5 minutes. And then examiner was looking at me from time to time. Is this what you have taught to your students in the class? I said, it is not what we taught, it is what he learned. And he's so expert in elaborating what is demarketing. You should learn from him now.
Now we will ask him what is marketing and demarketing. He'll be able to tell you clearly.
What is demarketing, Utpal?